Ladies and gentlemen, what is up? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, September 11th, 2025, and we are here at the Polderbaan Runway 18R ride, primary runway for arrivals at the moment. And we have wind blowing from the west-southwest, expected to pick up later in the day. The upcoming days are promising to get a little windy. Wind expected to blow from the west to southwest, so I'm expecting crosswindy arrivals in the upcoming days. SAS just now landed here. Very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Maria, good evening. Wolfgang, if you're still in the chat, good morning. See you in a bit, mate. Wolfgang on board Austrian Airlines flight 379 from Vienna to Amsterdam. One of the Air Baltic A380 rentals. And hopefully he will land on the Polderbaan here later this morning. As you can see, it is still reasonably good weather. Although the weather forecast already was predicting a shower around noon, so let's see how the morning is going to progress. The wind is coming from more or less that angle. The moon is visible. Looking to the south, looking to the east, you can see the linear patterns in the clouds, cloud streets. More or less, the wind is coming more or less from directly behind me. On the scale of chimney smoke, this is what things look like. Our next airplane arriving is KLM flight 1402. Things have cleared up reasonably. The only visual hindrance is the man truck on the left. Wanted to set up a little bit further north, closer to the pipes, right in line with the first exit, so that we could get butt shots again, straight butt shots, but I thought that the truck would be in the way too much. But I'm sure it'll be gone soon. Things are improving here by the day. Also, a massive big thank you already to Peter van der Steen. I just now was setting up and I received a notification from PayPal of a generous donation through PayPal by Peter van der Steen. Peter, thank you so much, mate. You really didn't have to do that. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your generosity. Rudolf, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. Duckman, goedemorgen. Ali, good morning. Gerard, goedemorgen. Ziekesar, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Arno, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. Razor, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. If I am not mistaken, there are two 747s on the way that are expected before the A380 is. Yeah, there's also rain expected around noon, so I'm not sure if I'm going to make it until the A380. In that respect, summer has gone, unfortunately. It's a bit cooler. I'm already standing with my fingerless gloves on and my parka on. Autumn has arrived, or at least in the upcoming week. Autumn is going to be in the Netherlands. We'll still have plenty of dry moments, but also showers possible on all days going forward. Chinese A350 didn't want to come to the Netherlands. And Wolfgang's seat is the 11th window from the back, Mario says. Good to know. I know it's row 24. Let's just see if he'll arrive here on the Polderbaan. ETA is 11:40 if all is well. Next up should be United Airlines flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. That's a 777-200ER. And what is coming after that? A PC-24 by the looks of it. Or will that continue to the Oostbaan? That might also be the case. PC-24, Platoon Aviation, flying base. 2 years old. The Captain. The nice registration of the Pilatus PC-24. The Captain. And this is United Airlines flight 968. I can hear the fire trucks. I'm hearing honking. Hey, that's 2 of them. 2 instead of 3, interesting. The other day, that was just 1. Well, there you go. I'm wondering if the Captain PC-24 is coming this way or if it's going to continue and land on the Oostbaan. I think the latter might be a good possibility. The PC-24 unfortunately is... there's number 3. I didn't even see it initially. The PC-24 is continuing. And we're at the moment where there is no traffic coming in right away. It seems that the next airplane arriving is KLM Flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg. And Delta Airlines Flight 74 is also arriving from the coast. Now, let's have a quick look on Flight Radar then and see what is happening. So there's a Cargolux 747 in German airspace, not too far from the coast, arriving around 10:17. That should be the first Quad Squad member to arrive. There's also a Cargolux on the way from Miami, Florida, which is scheduled to arrive 12:15. In the meantime, Wolfgang just now airborne, climbing out, estimated time of arrival 11:23, so that is a time slot where 2 runways are going to be open, so it's very likely landing on the center runway, unless they get significant delayed mid-air, which doesn't seem very likely. Climbing out 6,000 feet, A220 Austrian flight 379. The Emirates A380 is flying over the north coast of Turkey near the Black Sea, is expected to arrive here around 1:15. The weather forecast for the upcoming hours seems to indicate rain around the end of the morning. Extrapolation is showing the following. Yeah, so it depends on this, whether or not this develops, which isn't there yet. So yeah, it might happen sooner, it might not happen. It is of course conjecture and extrapolations. For now, this is what it looks like. Whether or not this is going to happen remains to be seen. The current wind is blowing not exactly perpendicularly, but there is a significant crosswind component, 240 degrees. 11 knots and expected to increase further. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. The TAF shows that the wind is going to stay southwesterly and is picking up 30 knots, 15 knots, 20 knots and gusts up to 30 knots even later in the afternoon. But then also thunderstorms, so not weather that you would want to be out here spotting in. We're waiting for the next airplane. In the meantime, Martin Air is celebrating his 22-month membership anniversary. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. 22 maanden en counting. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. I can hear an airplane behind me that is taking off. And I also see that Martin became an Aurora Sky Lounge member just now. Mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I hope that everything in the lounge will be to your liking. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. And also a massive big thank you to Ali, who already went ahead just now, gifted 5 memberships. Ali, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Ali, aka AJ, if you are one of the recipients of her gifted memberships. Ali, thank you once again so much for your generosity so early on in the stream already. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. The firefighters are now on the other side. Driving back. That's 1. That's 2. And number 3 has caught up a bit. And it's not too far behind the other 2. As you can see, the clouds are looking really lovely. Bird control is over here doing an inspection. Making use of the silence to double check if nothing is on the runway, which if all is well, shouldn't be the case. Hey, Wolfgang has Wi-Fi on board apparently. You guys need to take a detour and take it slow. Estimated time of arrival according to flight radar is not good, is center runway time of arrival. We need you guys to slow down, take a breather, make a pit stop in Germany, grab a little something to eat, and then continue. And I thought just now that the 777 arrival from Johannesburg would be the first airplane to arrive, but it seems that the A330neo from Delta is a bit sooner to the runway. I am in the meantime looking behind me to see if maybe I can catch a glimpse of the 777. I'm not. Howdy Ton, goedemorgen. Tom says that around 1:30 it looks pretty watery over there. Well, it looks pretty watery right now as well, Tom. Yeah, I'm not sure what to believe. UK Met Office showed something different from the Dutch Met Office. And yeah, we'll see. I hope it's going to stay dry until the A380 has landed, but we'll see. If not, so be it. There's usually a time slot of several hours where you can see days. If it's not the case, I guess it wasn't meant to be. I'm happy to be out here again. It's lovely weather. Lovely clouds to see. We're going to see Wolfgang land if all is well. It should stay dry until his arrival at least. Looks like we are going to get 3 consecutive wide bodies in a moment. Delta Airlines Flight 74 is about to turn final, followed by a 777-300ER from KLM, arriving from Johannesburg. Air Canada Flight 808 is going to be the 3rd wide body of the 3. 7878 Dreamliner arriving from Toronto. People reporting buffering. On my end, everything seems to be running smoothly, but yeah, I'm not happy with Odido. When they do have good connection, their upload is better than KPN. But it's the stability of the reception that seems to be inferior. Question now is what to do. There's one more big provider that I haven't tested yet. And that is Vodafone. There are 3 major networks in the Netherlands: KPN, Odido, what used to be T-Mobile, and Vodafone. Allegedly KPN is the best. Well, I beg to differ, or at least here at Schiphol. at certain locations there certainly is something left to be desired. Frankels back in the chat, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Visual Studios, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Marijke, goedemorgen. Richard, good morning. Firefighters testing their equipment. If all's well, the first of the 3 consecutive wide bodies has become visible, and if all is well, the second one, yeah, is turning in. There we go. Action time. Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Up first, A330neo. Good morning, David. Good morning, Jannes. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Arnold, goedemorgen. Good morning. Second airplane that has turned in, now in the center, is the 777 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hey Simi, goedemorgen. Here in the front, on the right now, Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 28 minutes the flight time, the November 423 Delta X-ray. 2-year-old airplane, first flight June 2023. Air Canada is flying base. And I'm not seeing it yet. I think the clouds might be in the way. Still further back. No, wait, I do have it. Don't think we're going to get a 3 airplane glide slope shot, unfortunately, because it is still a bit further out of view. Good morning, Alexander. Good morning, Clemencia. Good morning, Bart. Good morning, Martijn. Manned F up. Lovely landing there. So, looking at the patterns in the clouds behind me and now in front of the camera, this is, I think, where the wind is coming from, and this is where we need to look to see what is coming our way. Incidentally, I happen to see that the Dash 8-100 is flying out, going to the coast again for a coastal patrol. Let's quickly turn around. KLM Flight 592 is next to land here, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. 777-300 10 hours, 22 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor W. Victor Whiskey. 4-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. That's a typical KLM style landing. No need to use those reversers. Why should you? Corrie, Jaap, goedemorgen. Richard, good morning. David Om, goedemorgen. Canadian bank robber coming in, arriving from Toronto, Canada. Air Canada flight 808, 6 hours and 13 minutes on the way. The Charlie Golf Hotel, Papa X-Ray. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. More airplanes are coming. It's going to be narrow bodies fest after this. You can already see another airplane in the background turning in. That is the next airplane to land here. SAS flight 1553 and A320neo arriving from Stockholm. In the meantime, Wolfgang is underway to the Netherlands in an Air Baltic A220. Austrian Airways Airlines, Austrian Airlines, flight 379. Quick look on flight radar tells us the direction of the wind nearly perpendicular to the runway heading. Looking at flight radar underway, almost leaving Austrian airspace on his way to the Netherlands. Cargolux has already arrived in the Netherlands, flying in the vicinity of Almere. Cargolux arrived from Miami. It's returning. Was expected around 12:15. That also seemed to happen with Emirates. Emirates now 107 ETA. Still a candidate for the center runway, but you never know if it's making up more time. You never know. For now, it looks like it'll be a landing on the wrong runway. Next up, SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. The EISCA Sierra Charlie Alpha A320neo. The airplane is on the way for 1 hour and 43 minutes. 2 years old. First flight May 2023. The airplane behind it is KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague. An Embraer 175. And after that is going to be WestJet arriving from Halifax. That's a MAX 8 737. The clouds are hindering us seeing the third airplane on the glide slope, I think. Should already be on final. Good landing. Petro wonders if they are all done with the canal now. I don't think they are, although it does look like it won't be much further until they are done. You can see they're still working further to the north. A couple of excavators are still working over there. So it looks like they are almost done, but not completely. I'm also not sure from looking from over here if that part already is flattened sufficiently, as it has been over here. Here, of course, everything looks very tidy, both the horizontal and the diagonal plane. It looks a bit more messy over there, so I think they're still in the process of finishing up over there. But as you can see, that's so far to the north. If it hadn't been for this truck standing a bit in the way, it would have been back to normal visually. So this is KLM flight 1352, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Next up is going to be WestJet flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada, MAX 8737. Next up, WestJet flight 70, arriving from Halifax, Canada, MAX 8737, 5 hours and 23 minutes on the way. It is the Charlie Golf Whiskey Lima Kilo. You can already see an airplane behind it in the top left. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Air France. And there's an airplane turning in, which is El Al flight 337, arriving from Tel Aviv, 737-900. L'Esprit du Canada. L'Esprit du Canada est arrivé. Good morning, Pearson. Good morning, DB Baseman. Good morning, Ruben. Right. Well, this is where we need to look to see the upcoming weather. For now, over here, things still look relatively open. The west looks like so. The south looks like this. The east is looking like so. Beautifully lit clouds, as you can see. Low clouds, but also some high clouds. You can see where the wind is blowing from. It's blowing directly from behind right now, because of the cloud sheet that you can see. And this is looking to the north, with the next arrival being Air France flight 1444, Bombardier C-Series 300. De Verhuzzed. Hadi Senna, goedemorgen. Clementia, goedemorgen. Mr. F, good morning. Gertin, goedemorgen. Next airplane should be El Al flight 337, A737, arriving from Tel Aviv. And another airplane behind it. That would be KLM flight 1772, arriving from Berlin. Embraer 190. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. That was a quick month, DB Basement says. May thank you for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Wolfgang is reporting from on board Austrian flight 379. They're having headwind. That is good. He is underway to Schiphol in Austrian flight 379, an Air Baltic A220. Let us have a look on flight radar in a moment to see where Wolfgang is at. I also see that the Cargolux 747 is turning in. Should be the third arrival here in a few moments. And that is all flight 337, A737-900. Arriving from Tel Aviv. What do we see turning in the background? That is the Cargo Lux 747, the first queen of the show. Quick look of flight radar tells us that Wolfgang has entered German airspace and his ETA unfortunately is still 11:23. You guys need a 15-minute delay in order for us to have a chance of seeing you land here up close on the Polderbaan. In the meantime, KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin, Embraer 190, here it is. Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Hotel is the registration, flight time an hour. 15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. Next up, a KLM 737-800 arriving from Porto in Portugal. We're going to skip that one. Keep the camera focused on the Queen. Cargo Lux, the first of two, if all is well. If weather permitting, we're going to film both of them arrive. There's another one arriving from Miami, Florida. This one is arriving from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, which is a country in Africa. 8 hours and 9 minutes on the way. It's a 747-400 freighter, the Lima X-Ray Yankee Charlie Victor. Flight 2613. 17-year-old airplane. The first flight was in July 2008. And left of it, another airplane came out of the clouds. That's EasyJet flight 28674, an A319 arriving from London Gatwick at a respectable distance. Ines, goedemorgen. Floris, goedemorgen. Hans Horst, goedemorgen. Stoof, goedemorgen. There she's coming. Good morning, Gamer Mike. Rens, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Cargo Lux, flight 2613, arriving from Kenya. Will it get loud? We'll soon find out. Let's look and listen. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. If all is well, another one should be coming from Miami, Florida, if the weather will allow us to stay out until then. Showers are expected later in the day. Let's have a look and see what is in store. So, current runway use as is usual with wind blowing from the southwest. A refresh of the meter to give us a visual indication of what is happening. We have 15 knots of wind by now, so the wind speed is picking up. Wind is blowing west-southwest. We have few clouds at 2,500 feet. Below that, 10 kilometers plus visibility. There's no ceiling. In other words, crosswindy arrivals. Cargo Lux just now has landed. Wolfgang is underway, arriving from Vienna. Unfortunately, still expected at a time where his landing will probably take place on the center runway. Maybe we'll get lucky. There's another Cargo Lux 747 on the way, ETA 1217, and the Emirates A380 currently has an ETA of 107. Jesus is flying between London and Edinburgh. It's not coming this way. In Seville, the Retro Transavia has arrived. That is not going to arrive here before 3 o'clock, so out of the scope for today's show. As is the arrival of the Orange Pride, which is also expected later in the show. We'll have to see if it stays dry first. The wind is coming from over there. This is where we need to look to see what is coming our way. If all is well, it should stay dry for at least another few hours. But until when exactly, the different sources differ in opinion. Queenie is still taxiing. KLM flight 598 is turning final. That's a 777 arrival from Cape Town, South Africa. And the next arrival here on the Polderbaan is going to be Croatia Airlines flight 450, which is arriving from Zagreb. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Marcel, goedemorgen. Marcel, just too late to see the Cargo Lux's arrival live. Well, you still have time to watch the replay before the next 747 from Cargo Lux will be arriving here. Andy, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. QJ, goedemorgen. So, for those of you just tuning in, have a look. The Polderbaan is looking more or less the way it used to. I'm standing right next to the water, so let the water birds arrive. I haven't seen any yet, not a single one. So no duck or coot or grebe has made use of the ramp yet. Croatia Airlines on the right and KLM on the left. KLM on the left is flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, 777-300. And on the right we have an Air Baltic, no, not an Air Baltic, a Croatian Airlines A220 arriving from Zagreb. A220-300, 1 hour and 38 minutes on the way. The 9A can, it has a can-do mentality. Brand new airplane. First flight was in June 2025. Indeed, Scott, Lil Krabby, 15 knots of wind blowing nearly perpendicularly to the runway heading. That'll get airplanes crabbing for sure. Yeah, the only thing in the way still is this man truck. They're still working on the dike reinforcements, but they're so far to the north that, with the exception of this truck, will not be bothered by them anymore, visually. Back to the old Polderbaan that we used to know. Well, with the exception of the water birds, the aquatic birds, they still need to return. Stefan is also announcing that we are going to see the Tarom in SkyTeam livery pretty soon. Looking forward to that. Mieke, goedemorgen. Kubile, good morning. Kubile says another MAX 737 cockpit is very small. Imagine sitting there for almost 7 hours. Yeah, there's probably no relief crew on such flights either. It's probably just one crew, or will there be a second crew that can take half of the flight? Not sure. Don't think on... Well, it depends of course on the length. Anyway, this is KLM 5598. It's arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Drop 7300 PHBVV, Bravo Victor Victor. We already saw the Victor Whiskey. And not too long ago we saw the Victor Victor and the Victor Whiskey back to back even. That was fun to see. Typical KLM style. And reverse landing. Do a little wheelie. Roll out. Keep the speed. Vacate late. And get as quickly to the gate as you can. This is the dedicated tower for Polderbaan traffic. For those of you who don't know the layout of Schiphol, this is the latest addition to the network of runways. Main platform area, the main terminal building, the main tower are all located over there. The terminal building is adjacent to the tower that you see over there. And zooming out, you can see it's pretty far away. It is a significant taxi from the Polderbaan to the main platform area. Most flights will have to taxi at least 10 minutes after vacating the runway. Next up will be Taron, flight 361 in the SkyTeam livery, arriving from Bucharest, 737-700. Not to be mistaken with the KLM 737, which is a 900, also in the SkyTeam livery. Flight time 2 hours and 28 minutes. Yankee Romeo Bravo Golf Foxtrot. Morning, Jeff. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. What's their Vector Victor? With clearance, Clarence. Roger, Roger, over. Alrighty, well, big picture wise, looking to the east, things look like so. You can see higher clouds and also lower clouds. The clouds are formed linearly, parallel to one another in the direction of the wind direction. Wind is blowing west, southwest. In other words, that is approximately over there. Proper west looks like so. This is looking to the south. And once again, back to the north, where the glide slope is. Next arrival, JetBlue, flight 631, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 6 hours and 5 minutes flight time. November 4076 Juliet, the registration. Spacious carrying cabin in the back. And this would be Follow Your Intuition, which I'm pretty sure we've seen before. Right, well, in less than an hour from now, Wolfgang should have landed. Unfortunately, that also means he'll probably have landed on the center runway. If you only joined us just now, you may have missed the landing of 1747 from Cargolux already, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, but there is another one underway. If the weather gods will allow us to, we should be able to see its landing around 12:15 to 12:20 local time. Charming Jim, good morning. Sander, goedemorgen. NS, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Jazzy, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. We're here at a Crosswindy Polderbaan Runway 18 ride, where visibility runway has been more or less normalized, with the exception of a truck that has been parked a bit inconveniently over there. I'm sure that's only temporary, and pretty soon it'll leave as well. They're still working, but further to the north, so far north that their activity isn't visually hindering us. I'm standing a little bit south of where I normally would have stood, which is right in line with the first exit. So dead on butt shots from this vantage point unfortunately aren't possible, but I'm expecting we can see them pretty soon again. Nice Karen cabin in the back. And in the meantime, traffic outbound flying overhead. You might pick that up on the mic. This is exactly one of the airplanes that Wolfgang is arriving in. It's an Air Baltic A220-300. Single aisle. And if I'm not mistaken, the configuration has 2 seats on one side and 3 on the other. So it's not a 3 and 3 configuration, but a 3 and 2. Next airplane arriving is BA Speedbird Flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow. It's an A321neo. 39 minutes of flight time, nominal flight duration, and the registration is the G NEOP. That's Golf November Echo Oscar Papa. At a bit of a distance behind this airplane is a KLM E2 Embraer, also arriving from London Heathrow. (737) behind those 2 airplanes. KLM Flight 1268, arriving from Copenhagen. Narrowbodies, narrowbodies, narrowbodies for the time being. Yeah, stream is choppy. I also notice it. So Odido is shit. I just unsubscribed from KPN. Now I'm stuck with Odido for a year. But if it's going to stay this way, I'll probably have to open up another subscription. This isn't working. Then again, also the viewers and the views are plummeting. It's not coming back since the NATO summit. Might be a good sign maybe that I need to take a vacation, come back a year from now or so, take a break. KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow on the right. On the left we have KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen, and an A320neo should be turning in behind them from the left, arriving from Birmingham. Jewe Slijm, goedemorgen. Jewe Slijm is informing us that there's a beluga between Amersfoort and Zwolle. That is pretty far away from here. Had it flown above Alkmaar, I think we ought to have been able to see it. But yeah, as you can see, looking to the east, beautiful clouds, but looking at airplanes passing overhead, not a good idea. Or at least not very viable. KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow is going to be next. E2 Embraer 195. And KLM flight 1268 behind it. Hadi Liwe, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. All right. Let's see where Wolfgang is at. Wolfgang is arriving today. He is flying in on Austrian Airlines flight 379, and he's now flying over German heartland. That ETA is firmly set to 11:23. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that from 11 until 11:40 they are going to open up the secondary runway. So that's not going to happen. Hey, check it out. Gary Grebe has returned. And he's brought a mini Grebe in zebra livery. Choop, 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 choop. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Food, 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 food. I want om yum yum. I want it now. Well, he's gotten plenty of om yum yum before. Looking at the size. Ah, Pearson. Pearson, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your super chat there, for your holiday fund. That is really not necessary, mate. Thank you so much. That is very sweet of you, but you really didn't have to do that. Very sweet, much appreciated. Thank you so much, Pearson. Wolfgang also reporting from on board Austrian flight 379. They'll have to open up and close the center runway really early or really late. Now Wolfgang mentioned that he did bring a strong flashlight along. Let's see how well we can see his light. He is sitting on the right hand side next to a window, so we should in theory be able to see a torch from the Air Baltic A220 flying on behalf of Austrian when they do arrive. Of course, we hope that by some miracle Wolfgang is still going to land here on the Polderbaan. Realistically, it's not going to happen. And of course, I love to be proven wrong in this respect. In the meantime, EasyJet is arriving here. Mike Wild, good morning. Good morning to all others who've joined. Doug, good morning. Next airplane arriving here, KLM flight 980, arriving from London City. It's number 190. Flight time 36 minutes. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu November. 15 years old. First flight February 2010. Hey there SMK, good morning. Welcome to the show one and all. As you can see, we have a bit of crosswind today. Last time I checked the meter, it was saying 15 knots of wind, but it was on the rise, so it might have even increased further in the meantime. If you look in the bottom of your screen in the ticker, the meter is updated automatically and should feature the latest meter at all times. The wind is blowing more or less perpendicularly to the runway heading. It's west-southwest, so a tad south of directly west. A little bit of headwind. Most of the wind is crosswind for the airplane's landing, and that is why these airplanes are crabbing. SMK, good morning. Now let me crouch behind the laptop and have a look. The meter is 14 knots, so around 15 knots of more or less crosswindy conditions. As you can see, 9999. Scattered clouds 2,500 feet, but a warning for towering cumulus clouds. No significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Well, have a look. The direction of the wind is showing more developing clouds. This is definitely looking like something that is developing into more than just a friendly cloud. And you can clearly see this is where the wind is blowing from. The linear patterns parallel to one another all point to be originating from over there. That's where the wind is coming from. That's where we need to look to see what is in store for us. Question is, what is in store for us? At some point, rain is approaching. The question is, when? In the meantime, Jean-Yves has arrived before the rain and says salut. And I say salut to you too, Jean-Yves. Welcome back. Andrew, good morning. Andrew reporting that in Yorkshire the wind is also blowing. Autumn has arrived, it seems, at least in our neck of the woods. And Mehmet has also arrived on his dad's account, Abdurrahman, and he just now gifted the membership. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. Patrick is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Patrick. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet and have fun with those custom emojis. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but another member courtesy of you, at least for a month. Air Arabia Morocco has arrived from Tangier in Morocco. Ah, come on, Doekman. Come on, that is not necessary. Doekman, aka Buddy, just now donating via PayPal. Mate, you really did not have to do that. Thank you for the kind words though. But you really didn't have to do that. That is absolutely above and beyond, buddy. Dankjewel, thank you. Really, don't be spending any money on the channel that you need yourself. That goes for everybody. It made me feel very uncomfortable if you guys were spending money on AMS Live that you might be needing yourself. Don't do that. I'm happy to see that ITA is now number 2. ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. Bombardier C Series 100 and KLM flight 1850 is arriving from Munich over here. Barney, good morning. Barney asks, how many knots of crosswind do we have? Well, I don't know how many knots the crosswind component is, but there's 14 knots from 240. So it's definitely a double-digit number in pure crosswind. 10, 11? I'm not sure. How do you calculate that? Oh, come on, Duckman. It is utter nonsense. There are other live streamers here as well. And you're all watching them, I know that. And they're more or less copying me to a greater or lesser extent. If it's not terminology or super stickers that, or custom emojis that are almost literally the same, then it is video descriptions. You guys should feel right at home at other channels as well. ITA Airways Flight 120 is arriving from Milan. 1 hour and 26 minutes on the way. The EIHLB Hotel Lima Bravo. 1 hour and 27 minutes on the way. The airplane is a year old. First flight December 2023. It is 10:49 and that means that in 10 minutes from now, parallel arrivals should normally commence. That's not a good thing. We want to see Wolfgang land here. We want to see his light. Although it would pose a nice challenge to see if we are able to see somebody that we know is going to flash his flashlight in an airplane that is flying to the center runway. It will be a good test of the camera quality. I'll have to dig deep into digital zoom, so it will be just a magnification of pixels, but I'm wondering, should we be able to see it? It poses a nice technical challenge, but I'm not sure that I want an answer to that question today. I think I'd prefer to see Wolfgang land here up close, where we can see his light most certainly. I mean, we can almost see facial features if people press their faces to the windows. Jonah has calculated that there are 12 knots of crosswind from the right. There you go. Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. We're awaiting the arrival of Wolfgang, who is underway in Austrian Flight 379 in a leased A220 from Air Baltic. Let's have a quick look and see where he's currently flying. He's flying over German heartland and approaching the Netherlands. His ETA unfortunately still stands at 11:23. That has been very consistent throughout the flight. It's funny to see how quickly he is traveling through Europe. If you have to travel from Vienna to Amsterdam by car, it would have taken you so much longer. It's a pity that the whole process of going to the airport, checking in and whatnot, going through customs takes so much time, because that really detracts from the pure travel time, which is so much faster than traveling by car. Ah, Andy is getting mathematical about it. Crosswind equals wind times the sine of mod runway heading minus wind heading. Right. Right, the quick SCO says it's 12 knots of crosswind and 7 knots of headwind. Nice stream. Well, thanks for the kind words, and also thank you for splitting the wind into headwind and crosswind component. The Meter TAF website does that as well. So if you don't want to do the math and you want to see the visuals, you should go to the Meter TAF website. Let me refresh the page so that we have... Oh. Unhappy face. That's not good. We want to see happy faces. Let's go back. Here we go. 14 knots. You can see 13 knots is the head. Huh? No, wait, the wrong runway. This is the right runway. 12 knots of crosswind and 8 knots of headwind. It says so here. So for those of you who don't know how to do the math or are lazy, like me, you ask either your audience or you have a look on the website Meter TAF. Make sure that you do choose the right runway. B-Flyer over here, arriving from London City. BA has had a nose job, or still a bit of snow. It came in from London City, where the bankers work, and we all know what they live on. Exactly. Marching powder from Latin America. Maybe it was that. Gilberto is also back. Buongiorno, mate. Hope all is well. I am hearing traffic passing overhead, but unable to spot because the clouds are getting more dense and scarce. This is Transavia, flight 6820, an A321neo arriving from Ljubljana, which is the capital of Slovenia. It's the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel, Sierra. Flight time has been 1 hour and 30 minutes. Now, Wolfgang, since you have Wi-Fi on board, how is the A220 as a consumer? How do you like it? How does it compare with other airplane types? What do you think? KM Malta is going to be next, an A320neo. KM Malta, flight 394, and you're never going to guess where it's arriving from. Hey, Gurdeep is also back. Marcel, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. So yeah, things have improved significantly. They're still working to reinforce the dike further north, so far north that if this truck hadn't been here, you guys wouldn't have even seen it. Visibility has normalized. I'm waiting for the grass to grow back here on the other side of the canal, which will also stimulate the birds returning. Now, this crabbing bird is arriving from Malta, which you probably have guessed correctly in one go. The flight time has been 2 hours and 59 minutes. The 9 Hotel Neb. It's November Echo Bravo. Jonah says that center has opened. Not surprisingly, but a bit disappointingly. avgeeks butt shot in the making. Hopefully when that truck that is still standing on is out of the way, I'll be able to go back a bit closer to where I normally would have been standing, near the pipes, where we can see the butt shots directly. Now, let's do a little bit of a practice round. Assuming that Wolfgang's flight is also going to take this path pretty soon, well, if it's not too gusty, Wolfgang, Wolfgang, better test your flashlight, because I am pretty sure I should be able to see that, mate. Oh, bro, we're going to film it. I think if anybody were to flash a light on that flight, I should be able to pick that up, I think. Munich Aviation Spotter, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Jip, goedemorgen, good to see you again, mate. Jacob, goedemorgen, good morning. And good morning to everybody else who has joined. Martin, good morning. Welcome to the show, guys. Wolfgang is visiting the Netherlands and he is arriving as we speak. He is on Austrian flight 379. That's an Air Baltic A220. It's expected to land here in half an hour from now, probably on the center runway. But as you guys already saw, I think if the wind is not going to get too gusty, we should be able to film the flashlight quite well. 11th window from the back. So I'm assuming that is somewhere behind the wings. Yeah, if the airplane is passing right on the other side, it's still a bit to the north, as you can see. So Looking into the windows is improving. This is more or less where things are optimal. I'm pretty sure we should be able to see a light, particularly if the light is moving a little bit as well. Oh, Dido, please don't buffer. We shouldn't want to miss. We don't want to miss this. Next up, over here is KLM flight 696, arriving from Toronto, Canada, A330-200. This is the PHAOC, FWOC, as a what the FWOC? Frank wonders how long it would take Wolfgang to get from arrival to the Spottersplatz. I'm not sure that he is coming today. If I were him, I would go back to my hotel, ditch all my my stuff first, and take a rest, because he was at the airport already early probably. He flew in from Vienna. He doesn't live in Vienna, so he also had to travel there first. I'm betting that Wolfgang had a very short night and will be very fatigued. Dalia, good morning. Jewy Slijm says, Air Canada 777 above you. I'm looking up. I think I have it. Just before it hits the clouds, or has it already hit the clouds? It has already hit the clouds. I saw it. It wasn't producing a contrail. Something that we have seen too often lately. I'm not sure if it has to do with the temperature or with the humidity or something else, but we've had quite a few days where the airplanes passing overhead on cruising altitude didn't produce, or not all of them at least. I would go so far to say that the majority didn't produce contrails even. Undoubtedly, temporary phenomenon. Either dependent on temperature, humidity, or both. Hey, Georgios is also back, tuning in from Kalamata in Greece. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Let's have a quick look and see where Wolfgang is at right now. Wolfgang is approaching the Dutch border, still in Germany, but pretty soon he is going to be arriving here. I'll bet he'll fly towards Lelystad, and then they'll continue over Markermeer and turn south to the center runway. That's the most direct flight path into the center runway. When it is in Dutch airspace, Omgevingsin van Schiphol will probably confirm his runway assignment to the center runway. Keep me guys posted. Keep me posted if you guys would. I'm already spotting something that resembles a shower cloud over there. Wouldn't be surprised if there's rain falling south of me. It certainly looks like there's a veil of precipitation hanging under that cloud. Right now, looking in the direction of the wind, this is what it looks like over here. So far so good, but for how much longer? I hope that my weather apps are working properly and will give me a proper heads up if anything is coming my way. Aegean, another test. Yeah, I think we should be able to see a flashlight from somebody flying in on to the center runway. If they're seated on the right hand side, I think we should be able to see it. Wolfgang is arriving, and so too are the beautiful cloudy vistas. Have a look at that. Such a big cloud, all those intricate details. Peter says rain expected around 1 o'clock. I hope that's going to come true and we don't get any rain before then. The Dutch Met Office right now is showing, let's go to the past hour, and we're approximately over here. So there's definitely something forming over sea, which is going to pass further north. Hey, but this is definitely more active activation. If it's going to pass north of us, will be good. The question is, will it? Definitely seeing more activation over here. That's buienradar. What does the Dutch Met Office say? Yeah, it's also showing activation. There's definitely more showers coming this way, and you can see they're forming everywhere, so I'm not sure how long it is going to stay dry. Wolfgang assigned to center, as expected. Steven is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Alright, our next approach is KLM flight 1042. Arriving from Birmingham, 737-800. Air Arabia Morocco. Arriving from Nador will be next after that. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Boreas, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Nador on the left, and on the right we have KLM arriving from Birmingham. Hey Klaas, goedemorgen. Now there is an airplane flying over Haarlem on the downwind leg, and I am trying to see if I can catch it. I think it's flying above the clouds. Good morning, me myself. So Wolfgang is expected to land here in just under 20 minutes from now. His flight, Austrian flight 379, an Air Baltic A220, has already been assigned to the center runway. We already did a few test shots just now of airplanes that are arriving to the center runway. And I think if Wolfgang shines a decently bright light, we should be able to see it. We should be able to see it quite well. Wind isn't too gusty, which makes for stable long zooms, or reasonably stable at least. Let's see if maybe adding a bit more drag. Yeah, could even go for a notch higher in drag for the pan if need be. Let's see, drag setting number 3. More resistant to gusts. Iberia, arriving from Madrid. Well, a light we should be able to see. Reading the registration, of course, is a bit more challenging. Obviously, we know that the first letters are EC, Echo Charlie. Yeah, I think this even works better. A bit more drag on the pan axis for when Wolfgang arrives. For now, here where the airplanes are landing closer by, and I need to move the camera a bit faster. A bit less is probably better. You can see the airplanes are crabbing. There's a wide body as number 2. That's Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And here flight 121 arriving from Nador, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. And Steven says that dike dirt looks very nice. Indeed, they definitely did their best to make it as level and as tidy as they could. They're still working on it further to the north, and if it hadn't been for this truck, you guys wouldn't have even seen that they were still working on it. Over here, the vast majority of the runway now finished. They'll probably have sown grass seed in it as well. So in a few weeks, I think it should start getting green again. Which is also what I did with my own lawn. Dethatching or maybe even scarifying. I'm not sure what. I think I probably scarified it. And seeding. Fertilizing. And some additional calcium. What's the proper word for it? to make the pH a bit higher again. Counteract the acidification of the ground. Yeah, Gerard, I was also having a look on the Dutch Met Office website, KNMI, and you can already see that there are pits, shower pits, dots of showers, shower cores activating on the North Sea, and they're drifting in. Now, unless they of course dissolve before hitting land, it does not bode very well. Autumn has definitely made its return in the Netherlands. But look at the crabbing of the Delta A330. I think Polderbaan is a bit lame when it comes to the traffic, normally speaking, because it's just one after the other arrival or departure. But when there is wind blowing like there is today, maybe a bit more, and they're doing crabby arrivals over here, this runway is second to none. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 26 minutes the flight time. It's an A330-300, the November 806 November Whiskey. It's funny, I happened to bump into my old pictures of Schiphol from 2005 and 6 when I was also filming with a potato camera. I think a Canon PowerShot something with just 1 or 2 megapixels. Looked absolutely horrible. But I did catch a few Northwest airplanes. All those airplanes also had November something November Whiskey. These Delta A330s may have even featured in those videos from 2005 and 2006. I'd have to look up the registrations, but a lot of them, of course, when Northwest went bust and Delta took over, became Delta airplanes. T-Mac is back. Good morning, T-Mac. Frans, goedemorgen. Agent T79, herzlich willkommen. Stephen asks if Wolfgang is visiting me. Well, he's not visiting me personally, but he will be coming over, weather permitting, when I'll be streaming in the upcoming weekend. We'll have to see when exactly. Saturday. Well, I hope the weather will be good enough. I also don't know yet when exactly and where I will be streaming, because they are predicting showers for all days, and it depends on the time of day. If there are going to be showers in the morning and the afternoons are going to be dry, I will do afternoon streams. I'll be flexible. ALX 2009, good morning. Jarek Smit, goedemorgen. Und hallo, liebe Guest aus Böblingen. Herzlich willkommen. Bjorn, goedemorgen. And thank you for the kind words. Our moderator Wolfgang is about to land here in the Netherlands. He is arriving in an Air Baltic A220, which is flying on behalf of Austrian. Flight 379, arriving from Vienna. It has been assigned to the center runway, and if all is well, we should be able to see it pretty well. And we should also see the flashlight that Wolfgang is going to be shining. He is seated on the right-hand side, so he is optimally positioned. And we already did the test run, a couple of test runs, and we should be able to see the flashlight quite well. Before Wolfgang, we are going to see something red here. Play flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, 2 hours and 46 minutes on the way. It's the TFPPE Papa Echo. Next month is the last month that play is allegedly flying to Amsterdam, so members, if you want to use that custom emoji while you still can, make sure you do. And the guest who doesn't seem to have a name, how do you guys do that? Says, ich liebe die Polderbaan. Ich glaube, wir lieben alle die Polderbaan. We all love the Polderbaan. Particularly with Crosswind. Dijse Rebel, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Man the F up. Man up, boy. Here we go. Nice to see the members have found their way to red custom emoji. One of 34 that you are free to use whenever you see fit. It doesn't necessarily have to be when play is arriving, but obviously that would be a good moment to do so. Renate, goedemorgen. Jurk, good morning. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Siegfried, aka Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet, member for 9 months. He is celebrating. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, mate. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. €9 months and €0 paid all those 9 months. So how much of a support is it then actually? Thank you, those 9 gifters of memberships who gifted Siegfried a membership 9 times. Is the more appropriate message then, actually. Majestic Space Duck, like the name. Welcome to the show. Now let me see, where is Wolfgang? I am seeing he is now starting to fly over Markermeer, and that city on your right that you flew over is Lelystad. Goedemorgen, welcome to the show everybody. Our moderator Wolfgang is arriving from Austria and he is now flying over Markermeer in a Bombardier C-Series 300 and A220 Air Baltic on behalf of Austrian Airlines. Gilberto was listening to Africa by Toto. I let you imagine what came into my mind.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
I bet it wasn't that.
That's the way, I like it,
And I bet it wasn't that either. Right, Wolfgang is flying over Markermeer and is going to be landing here on the center runway pretty soon. I'm looking up, I'm hearing the traffic overhead. I'm not seeing a contrail being produced. And there are cirrus clouds that are seriously blocking my visibility of overhead traffic. So let's refrain from looking up with the camera and just focus on the traffic landing over here. We have KLM flight 936 arriving from Glasgow. That's a 737-800. Gerrit asks about go-arounds. None that we have seen thus far, Gerrit. Now the wind is crosswindy, but it is stable. It's not very gusty or unstable yet. I'm not sure what's going to happen when showers are going to be in the vicinity. Usually the wind gets more erratic when there's a shower in the vicinity. For the time being, it looks like we are dodging bullets here because south of me it most certainly is looking like some rain is passing by. Particularly now looking in the direction between the both towers, you definitely see veils of rain. What we need to look is over there. This is where the wind is coming from, and that's where we need to look to see what is coming my way. And there's definitely a bit more higher clouds forming, but the horizon is still looking okay-ish. Fingers crossed it will stay that way until the A380 will have landed. In an hour from now, there's also a Boeing 747 from Cargolux arriving from Miami, Florida. Hope I would be able to film that, but we'll have to see. NS is asking if private jets are also landing here. They definitely do, but most of the times when possible, they will land on the Oostbaan, runway 0422. Although we've seen it several times before that private jets that were arriving landed here on the Polderbaan. We also saw private jets taking off from the Polderbaan, even though the Schiphol Oostbaan was open or at least not under maintenance at the time. We haven't seen any biz jets here today yet. I'm pleased to see a Moorhen returning here. We already saw Gary Grebe and a young Griebling. Thus far, the only 3 aquatic birds of today's show. But I'm happy to see that as soon as the excavators and the noise goes away, well, the noise other than my noise, of course, that the birds are returning. Alrighty. Derpa derpa derpa. Going viral with itches and scratches for 75 years now. Embraer 190. 737-700 arriving from Edinburgh next. Where is Wolfgang? Wolfgang is flying over Purmerend right now, north of Purmerend. He should be flying somewhere over there. This is an arrival to the center runway ahead of him. Not sure if we are able to see Wolfgang already. His flight probably is higher than the cloud base is. And from this angle, the clouds are very much in the way. We also saw that with glide slope visibility. Seeing the third airplane today has been more challenging. Hey cars, goedemorgen. And welcome to the others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Crosswindy conditions, showers are also slowly but surely getting here. But before the showers, we're going to see our moderator Wolfgang arriving from Austria. He is flying in on Austrian flight 379. It's an A220 by Air Baltic, and he is flying just north of Schiphol right now. He's going to land on the center runway in minutes from now. He'll be seated on the right hand side next to a window, and we should be able to see him flashing his flashlight. We did a couple of test runs already with airplanes that are flying in to the center runway. Let's do another test run. Here we can see Air Oink Oink. And if somebody were to flash a light, we should be able to see it. Make sure to add 1 notch of drag on the pan axis so that I have more resistance against the gusty wind. This is KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. It's a 737-700. Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Mike. The 11th window from the back. Well, I'm not going to be able to count them. I'm just going to point my camera to the back end of the airplane, and we're probably going to see Wolfgang's flashlight anyway. Let's see, Wolfgang is turning final now. He is going to be the 3rd to arrive to the center runway. Right, let's see. Over here we have, that is a Turkish or Anadolu jet, if all is well. Yep. Then it should be Lufti. That should be Lufti. Lufti flight 988 and A320. And behind that should be the A220 from Air Baltic, flying on behalf of Austrian with Wolfgang on board. I think the clouds are going to be in the way. This is a Lufti. So let's keep the camera pointed in this general direction. In the meantime, let me take a first sip of vodka. Right. Looking forward to this test case of being able to see a flashlight when somebody is shining the light and going to the center runway. Bob is also back. Good to see you, mate. Stacy is too. Perfect timing, guys. The next airplane to the center runway that we are going to see will have Wolfgang on board. An Air Baltic A220. Wolf. Austrian flight 379 arriving from Vienna. Flight time 1 hour and 31 minutes. I think the clouds are still in the way. I'm looking over my camera to see if I can spot the airplane already. I have it. There we go. We've got a visual on Wolfgang. Austrian Airlines, flight 379, Bombardier C-Series 300, Wolfgang on board. Row 24, 11th window from behind. Air Baltic A220 300, the Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Kilo. Flight time 1 hour and 32 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. The first flight was in August 2022. He's still flying pretty far away. I'm pretty far zoomed in already. As you can see. Zooming completely out. We will have to use telescope mode. This is the top end of optical zoom. Right, moment of truth. Will we be able to see the flashlight of Wolfgang? It ought to be feasible. It ought to be visible. The crayfish fisherman is also passing by here with the boat, which you are going to pick up on the mic. Yes! Unmistakably! Unmistakably! Wolfgang, we're seeing your light so clear. Yes, absolutely wonderful. I think he's even using the different settings. Continuous light, flashing, strobe light. Absolutely wonderful. There you go. Wolfgang is landing on the center runway right now. There he is. Welcome to the Netherlands, buddy. That was amazing. He definitely had a bright light with him. That was absolutely beautiful to see. the best flashlight ever. Incredible. Well, welcome to the Netherlands, Wolfgang. I hope the weather is going to be better than what you guys are having over there right now, because it's not looking that good. Then again, also looking in the direction the wind is coming from, it also isn't looking very good. So I'm not sure how much longer I will be able to stream. Hey, goedemiddag. Alles goed?
Ja, mag ik je wat vragen?
Dat mag.
Ja, ik wil je niet storen, maar
Nee, is geen probleem.
ik zie jou hier heel vaak dit doen.
Ja.
Is dit professioneel?
Ja, wat is professioneel?
Nee, maar ik bedoel, is dat een soort living?
Ik heb een YouTube kanaal. Het is nog niet een living, maar dat gaat vast nog wel op enig moment komen.
Ja, en dat heeft te maken met wereldwijde... Want nu sprak je met iemand ergens op een ander vliegveld, of niet?
Nee. Een van onze moderators die is uit Oostenrijk net hier naartoe gekomen. Die is net geland op de andere landingsbaan. En die had een lamp bij het raam en dat konden we net heel goed zien.
Oké,
dus
maar
dat was...
oké, dat voor flashlight, ik wil
Ja,
niet
ja,
zeggen,
ja.
maar dit doe je, want ik kom hier ook 3 jaar al.
Ja.
Kreefjes zwangen.
Ja.
Maar ik zie jou heel vaak, dus ik denk, ik zal je eens aanspreken. Maar...
Ja, moet je vooral doen. Ja, nee, zeker. Ja,
nee,
ik
gewoon
ben...
interesse. Want weet je, ik kom hier nou 3 jaar hè,
Ja.
en
ik sta hier ook al bijna 3 jaar.
Ja, en ieder vliegtuig wat landt, verbaas ik me nog over.
Ja,
Mooi is dat, hè?
Ja, dat is ook heel mooi. Absoluut.
Ja.
En als je een keertje hier niet bent, dan kan je op dit kanaal kan je het meekijken. AMS Live. Ja. Ja, dat is mijn kanaal. Als je naar YouTube gaat en je typt dat in, dan kom je deze video's tegen.
Heb je nou last van dit geluid van mijn motor en zo?
Deze microfoon die staat naar voren gericht, dus dit horen de mensen.
Ja,
Ze horen ook deze conversatie, omdat die microfoon heel erg richting gericht is. Dus alles wat ervoor gebeurt, dat hoor je. Aan de zijkant hoor je het minder. Dus als jij langskomt, dan horen we dat. Dus ook al ben ik het niet aan het filmen, dan horen we het wel. Ik zeg het ook vaak dat je dan even langskomt, want dat horen de mensen toch?
Ja, nee, ik denk ik zou je eens aanspreken.
Ja, tuurlijk, moet je vooral doen. Nee, leuk.
Ja.
Leuk man. En jij bent hier die rivierkreeft aan het opvissen, toch? Telkens?
Bestrijden tegen ook vliegveiligheid. Ook.
Ja, precies. Ja. Ze gaat toch ook in de dijken en zo zitten?
Ja, maar ze kruipen op de kant en dan kunnen ze gepredeerd worden door vogels. En die vogels
wil je weer niet hebben bij de vliegtuigmotoren, precies.
Dus voor mij is dat ook weer...
ook een living. Ja, precies.
Ja, die rivierkreeftjes, dat is een ecologische ramp hoor.
Dat haalt regelmatig het nieuws in de actualiteitsprogramma's. Het is een invasieve exoot, hij heeft geen vijanden hè?
Nee, ik denk dat dat is wel een ramp. Ja.
Genoeg voor jou te doen in ieder geval.
Ja. Dus weer is er anders ook hè?
Ja, zeker.
Ja. Hey, nou, leuk.
Ik ga weer filmen en we zien elkaar vast nog
wel. Ja, ik
wel.
zal eens kijken op die kanaal.
Hey, moet je doen, is goed.
Ja,
hey, tot ziens.
Hoi hoi.
Hoi hoi. The crayfish fisherman striking a conversation here. He was just wondering what I was doing. Am I making a living out of this, etc, etc. Right, in the meantime, Delta Airlines 136 is going to arrive here next. Arriving from Detroit, Michigan, A330 300. There it is. Roy says, boy is now a fisherman's friend. Sharp, absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway, this is Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. It's an A3 flight time. Oh. Waiting with the loading screen. I'm not happy that I switched to Odido. This is not good. 6 hours and 50 minutes. The November 802 November Whiskey. 22-year-old airplane. First flight June 2003. Oh. Indeed, Frank, crabbing and lobster. How maritime do you want it? I'm not too sure about what I am seeing coming my way. I think this is a shower coming my way, ladies and gentlemen. So, not sure for how much longer I will be able to stream. You can also see this is what is happening. The showers are evolving. This one has passed already, but the wind is coming from over there, and I think this is a shower coming my way. If it's going to activate just like this one has, it might be the end of the stream. Right now, all the airplanes are approaching the center runway. Gives us some time to have a look on the radar of the Dutch Met Office, KNMI. And yeah, this is what we're seeing east of us, and this is what is happening. Now, interesting, you see something forming, but you can also see that some things are dissolving again. Then again, this one is activating. You can see it's popping red and is intensifying. Gerrit says, don't worry boy, in Rijnsburg it is still dry. Well, that is false reassurance, because with showers they are very local. And the fact that it is dry in Rijnsburg on days like today with showers doesn't say anything. It can be dry at the end of the runway, and it can be soaking wet over here. We've seen that before. These are very local weather phenomena, and the best thing you can do is just look and see what is coming your way. The wind is coming from over there, and thus far this is a shower in the making. Right now K2 is doing a little runway inspection. It is 11:33 and that usually is almost the end of the parallel arrival period. The fact that they're doing a runway inspection right now tells me that pretty soon they're going to close the center runway and everything inbound will once again return to Polderbaan exclusively. Oh. Gebakje also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. As you can see, they're not done with the construction entirely, but they are getting close to the north end of the runway, so pretty sure it's going to be done soon. Stephen says, boy, you should have asked for some crayfish for lunch. But I think Stephen has forgotten that I am a vegetarian, so what am I supposed to do with them? Let's see, there's number 175. Might be the last airplane to the center runway for now. German Airways, flying on behalf of KLM City Hopper. Pointillism inspired tail, the new updated livery. Definitely looks a bit better than the old one. I can already feel the droplets. The droplets are coming my way, even though the sky is still blue here. It's blowing my way already. So I don't think there's any escaping this. Let's make sure that everything is set up to catch the least wind possible, the least rain possible. In the meantime, Gebakje, our latest Aurora Skylounge member, thank you so much for your vote of confidence and for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is going to be to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way if you need to know where stuff is. Still one more Embraer arriving from Aalborg. The Embraer 190 that I showed you just now was another airplane. Wasn't paying attention to the right airplane. The next couple of airplanes should be arriving to the Polderbaan. There's the next airplane, KLM Flight 1944, arrived from Basel, Embraer 175. Was feeling a few droplets. Those have now stopped again. The sky is looking a bit brighter where I was pointing the camera just now. It's almost looking like the little shower is dissolving again, which is what some of those showers were doing. Some were continuing to grow, some dissolved again. This one certainly is not dissolving. Very interesting to see from over here, particularly knowing that it's not going to come this way. Thunder showers are always interesting when you can see them from a distance. Further clouds land inward over there, but this is the prettiest of them. This is what is coming my way. You can clearly see through the clouds behind. You can see bits of blue already. We've had a few droplets and those have already stopped, so hopefully it's not going to be very substantial. Would be nice because we are still expecting a 747 within the hour from now. Yeah, Stove, a complete rain dump out there in the distance. Right, for those of you who are fans of Embraers, sit back and relax. Several Embraers are coming. First being 1944, arriving from Basel. Embraer 175. 1 hour and a minute the flight time. Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Whiskey. Hey Greg, good morning. A pet crayfish, Steven says. Something for the cat to play with. Nah, that's not kind to the crayfish. Next up, Embraer 190, KLM flight 1056, arriving from Norwich, Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Mike. The airplanes are crabbing. What does the METAR say? It's going to appear again in the ticker. 15 knots, 240 degrees, so very stable crosswind. Hey Christophe, goedemorgen. Over here, I think it is still morning. First flight of this airplane was in January 2010, making this 15 years old. We're continuing. The Embraer Fest is continuing. An Embraer 190 is going to be next, arriving from Humberside, flight 972. 37 minutes on the way. Charlie Golf, Mike Whiskey, India. Now a few rain droplets are falling. Where did I put my LCD hood? That at least makes one screen a bit more susceptible to rain. There we go. So this is a Britty Hopper Embraer 190 flight 972 flying in from Humberside, 37 minutes on the way. First flight February 2014, making it 11 years old. Next after that, another one of those KLM Embraer 190s arriving from Newcastle, flight 954. Bit more substantial rain east of me. But over here now also a bit more rain. If you look behind the trees, you can see things look a bit more hazy, and that is because there's rain falling between the trees in the background. So behind the row of trees, it's looking a bit hazy. Get the umbrella out for the time being. KLM flight 954 arrived from Newcastle, Embraer 190. Green tractor on the cycling path passing by. Right. Bit of rain. Should be getting dry again pretty soon, but it's definitely a bit more rainy right now. KLM flight 1498 is landing here, arriving from Barcelona. Right, looks like it is already coming down a little bit. Just in time. Next up is KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX. That's 787-10 Dreamliner. Most of the rain has passed by now. This is KLM flight 604, 9 hours and 40 minutes and away. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Hotel, which is 5 years old. First flight was in May 2020, 787-10 Dreamliner. Now would be a good moment to use reversers and cause some spray to spool up, but typical KLM fashion, they're not going to do that, are they? That's a shame. That's a shame. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Gilberto for your super chat. Expecting the captain to give us a fresh tuna. I'm not sure that there's fresh tuna here in the canal. Would be nice if there was. Hey, 747 coming in. Let's lower the umbrella. Risk getting more droplets on the lens. And have a look. Suparna flying out on its way to China. Don't want to miss that. Well, it is still below the clouds. Right, this is looking in the direction of the wind, so the majority of the rain should be over already. In the meantime, Vueling flight 8300 is arriving here from Barcelona. Gary has also returned. Good to see you, mate. Het is Sven, goedemorgen, and welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Last bit of rain, little shower passing by. Time to wipe things dry. For starters, the stream deck, which seems to be a bit more wet than the camera. Making sure there's no moisture on those little buttons. The remote zoom. Let's have a look at the lens. It should be okay again. No, camera LCD. Insofar as it did get wet, a few droplets on the camera body. And of course the phone screen itself. Should be good again. Hey, Roy, Kevo, Jobima, Ruud, good day to you guys. Welcome back. So yeah, the rain has stopped. Let me also place wipe my bags dry in the bags in which I have my equipment. They are water repellent. And with the wind blowing, if it stays dry, they should dry up nicely. Everything else seems to be normal. Good. Marcus also back, good to see ya. All right. Yeah, well, Embraer Fest is continuing. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1174. Arrived from Stavanger. However, we are going to see a 777-200 next, arriving from Vancouver, from KLM flight 682. The sun is also once again shining here while zooming out, looking what is happening east of me. You can see it's looking grim, and the south now also looks pretty grim. The wind is coming from over there, and that's where I need to look to see what is coming my way. I'm not completely convinced it's going to stay dry for a very long period of time, but we'll see. I'm hearing traffic overhead. I am able to look up again, but I am not seeing anything producing a contrail, unfortunately. Haven't seen a single contrail today. Next up is going to be KLM flight 682. That's the 777-200 arriving from Vancouver. 8 hours and 52 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, India. We still have crosswindy conditions here, insofar as you haven't noticed yet. The wind is blowing double digits and is more or less perpendicular to the runway heading. It's west-southwest, which means a little bit of headwind, and most of the wind is crosswind. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the arrival of our moderator Wolfgang, who was flying in to the center runway, Austrian flight 379. He landed, I think, half an hour or so ago. Was a Bombardier C-Series from Air Baltic that was flying on behalf of Austrian. And Wolfgang shone the brightest light we have ever seen. It was visible from here, and it was visible super easily. We'll definitely have to make a separate video out of that one. The brightest shine the light ever. It probably would have been visible on the moon even. Next up is the Transavia A321neo flight 6914 arriving from Olbia. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel, Charlie. 2 hours and 9 minutes to flight time. Two airplanes on the glide stop, an EasyJet A320neo followed by a TUI Dreamliner. Third airplane has become visible, that's a 777-300. Big picture wise, this is looking to the north, this is looking to the east, this is looking to the south, and I'm once again seeing clouds that seem to be able to form a shower in the southwest. This is looking straight to the west. This is where the wind is coming from. This is where we need to look to see what is coming this way. Whether or not we're going to be able to see the next 747 remains to be seen. Last time we checked, its estimated time of arrival was between 12:15 and 12:20. A quick look on flight radar will tell us. Let's have a look. Cargolux is already traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire and an ETA of 12:28, so it got delayed a bit. Pity. Pity, pity, pity. It got delayed. Wolfgang's flight unfortunately did not get delayed and had a consistent ETA of 11:23, which unfortunately resulted in their landing on the center runway. We are expecting 2 wide bodies next. A TUI Dreamliner, a KLM 777-300, a KLM Embraer 190 will follow after that, and then a Delta A330 Neo. Frank says Air Baltic reported a damaged window on the 11th row from the back. Window distorted from some form of heat source. And then Dyson Rebel says, could you shine a bit more light on the situation? Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Fresh moisture on the tarmac, but unfortunately the airplanes landing after the shower all have opted to use idle reverse and have not produced substantial spray. Boss says Franken lighted us all. Just a bit of light humor, eh? Keep them coming, guys, keep them coming. Absolutely amazing. It's funny because it's true. Next up, KLM flight 758, arriving from Panama City. Panama City is in the center of the Americas. If you go further to the south, you'll end up in Latin America. I'm pretty sure you'll bump into when you are going there. This is a 777-300 arriving from Panama City, the PHBVO Bravo Victor Oscar. 9 hours and 34 minutes of flight time. That's a 10-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. Jeff says we seem to have taken a shine to light-based based puns. Shine bright like a Wolfgang. Hey Wolfgang, want a drink? Cola Light? In the meantime, Wolfgang is still keeping us informed about what's going to happen. 74 about to take off, runway 24, number 1 for departure. Let's have a look then, because next here to arrive is an Embraer arriving from London City. Nice wheelie! Bam! And a nice transition to where runway 24 is located. Hey Rodney, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Over here we are recovering from a few droplets. Showers are in the vicinity of Schiphol and it's intensifying. Not sure how much longer it's going to stay dry here. Shower already passed, another shower in the vicinity, and where the wind is coming from, I think I'm able to see something that resembles an anvil in the making. Definitely keeping my eye out on that cloud. 7-4. That is taking off from runway 24, said Wolfgang. Now maybe I have missed the departure already, but I'm not seeing anything just yet. Have I missed the departure, or? Oh no. Huh? Yay! 747, and not just any. This is Martin Air Cargo, the MPS. Is it going to go to Miami? Will it do a departure with a right-hand turn? Because if it will, it might be coming this way, and I think we have a chance of being able to follow it then. as it is doing the great circle around the airport and coming this way. Although I'm not sure that it is. It's already looking like it's turning left a bit. No, that doesn't look too good. Don't think it is coming this way. Droplets, you made light work of it. Indeed, Jeff. Nienke, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Steve-O, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan with two crabbing wide bodies. Delta Airlines Flight 144 in the foreground, arriving from Seattle, and KLM Flight 622 in the background, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Bit of crosswind today. No go-arounds yet. Showers are in the vicinity and might be coming this way. The west-southwest is where we need to look to see what's coming. Hey, John Dutch Canadian is also back. Good to see you, mate. Ah, and Stefan says that the 747 is turning towards me. Well, let's first watch the landing of Delta Airlines Flight 144 and that of KLM Flight 622, which is right behind it. I'm having a look to see if I could spot the 747, but I wasn't, so I couldn't. Next up is going to be KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Ah, yeah, it's not the standard overhead route that the 747 is flying. Well, I did see it over there for a brief moment. Yeah, it's pretty far to the west. I think it's in the clouds already. Different route, not the overhead route, which is often used by Finnair and the triples going back to China that are still allowed to fly over Russian airspace. This is KLM Flight 622. Arriving from Vancouver, and after that we are going back to the narrow bodies. An E2 Embraer will be next after this, an Embraer 175 next after that, an Embraer 190 next after that. So 3 KLM Embraers, all 3 different airplane types. So nice little practice round for those of you who are still unsure how to discern them, in learning how to discern them. Shower over there, sunshine over here, and heaven has descended on the rooftop of the shed. Somebody, is that Wolfgang shining the light? Next up, KLM Flight 1004, arriving from London Heathrow. That's an E2 Embraer 195, flight time 46 minutes, nominal flight duration. The Papa Hotel, November X-ray November. Is that Wolfgang? Indeed, Paul, that was him. He's walking this way. Hey, and Gary Grebe is returning. I also thought, or is that the baby Grebe? I think it is. So yeah, if your Embraer has big fat engines and no winglets, it's an E2 Embraer. Where are you? Come on. There you go. It's the little baby grebe with zebra livery. Oh, going under. The loud two-legged grebe in on the land is a bit threatening. I think, is that the moorhen that we already saw? Yeah, that's the moorhen. And here's the baby grebe. Mommy, daddy, food? Mommy, daddy, food? But where's the parent? There was a parent grebe in the vicinity earlier, and now I'm not seeing it. Wonder where it went to. Frank speculates that Wolfgang probably will be using a rental car in Amsterdam, a Volkswagen Wolf. That's a good one, Frank. Nice. Now, if your Embraer has smaller engines, relatively tall winglets, and they are pointing more outward than upward, it's an Embraer 175. It's looking like another shower is coming my way. Let's have a quick look at what the Dutch Met Office website is showing. I think their past hour footage is very reliable. So this is probably the dot that we were suffering from, and that's the one coming, and that is activating. Doesn't look too good. It does look like it is short-lived. But it is also activating. KLM Flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. If your Embraer has relatively small engines and the winglets are relatively short and more upward facing than outward facing, it's an Embraer 190. Next up is going to be a couple of Transavias. One Transavia 737 and one Transavia A321neo. Transavia in the foreground is arriving from Bari, flight 5820, 2 hours and 15 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel Hotel X-Ray Golf. So, current status quo, looking south of me, this is what I am looking at. Beautiful cloud. Southeast of me, another shower. However, it's not going to be long before another short shower is going to pass overhead. It's coming this way. You can already see that there's a veil of precipitation emanating from that cloud. You can also already see behind it that there are more open skies. So it is going to be short-lived, if all is well. Lovely clouds, further south, beautifully illuminated, very complex. John also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Wonderful to see those clouds. Okay, the flight 964 is arriving behind me from T side. Embraer 190. Transavia A321 Neo has landed here. They're even using the reverses a little. In 15 minutes from now, if all is well, we are going to see the second 747 of today's show. Also, another cargo lux. Run from Miami, Florida. Michael also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael. If you joined us only just now, you guys have probably missed Wolfgang's arrival. Wolfgang landed here, our moderator. Austrian flight 379, operated by Air Baltic, an A220, landed on the center runway. And Wolfgang had the mother of all flashlights with him, very bright, was easily visible from where we were standing. I will make a separate video out of that landing because it was the mother of all, of all shine the light moments. The second shower is going to begin pretty soon. Which will mean one-handed camera operation temporarily. Okay, them Embraers. And is that the parent grebe? Where did I see them? Was that closer by? That's further away. Pretty sure yeah. Yes, that's the parent grebe, right. Parent and child have been reunited. Happy to see that. Because the baby grebe was looking a little lost just now. Meanwhile, it's time to prepare for another shower, which is going to land here pretty soon. You can already see behind those clouds there are bits of blue, so it won't be long-lived, but it will probably be a short outburst for which I will need the umbrella. Could be worse. Looking around me, as you can see, further land inward, further to the east and to the south, more active showers. So for the time being, we're dodging bullets and we're getting through them relatively unscathed. Kilo flight 1830 arriving from Stuttgart, Embraer 175. And an A320 Neo from EasyJet after that. That's returning from Scotland, from Eden.
Bruh.
Not this though, this is returning from Stuttgart. Hey! Huh? Cargo Lux already arriving. In that case, it has to stay dry. I am not going to be able to film the arrival optimally if it's going to rain. Come on. Weather gods, don't fail us now. EasyJet A320neo arrived from Edinburgh in Scotland in the foreground. Obviously, we are not going to focus on it, but keep the camera focused on the Cargolux 747. Doesn't have a flight number, just a call sign, 68 kilo. Arriving from Miami, Florida, it's a 7478, which departed from Miami 7 hours and 44 minutes ago. Poetic 744, and in 3 minutes from now 747. And in 4 minutes from now 748 minutes, 7 hours and 48 minutes ago. Registration Lima X-ray Victor Charlie Bravo, and that is a 14-year-old airplane. First flight August 2011. Behind it is an A321neo at its 8 o'clock. Aer Lingus Shamrock flight 604. Yeah, I can already see that the veil of rain is approaching. Once again, the backdrop against the trees that I showed you earlier has already become a bit more foggy. It's going to get rainy here pretty soon. It will be a short-lived shower. I will have to get the umbrella out if it gets really violent real quickly. First droplets are already beginning to fall. Piss poor timing. Screw you, weather gods. I hate you. Unbelievable. What a timing. Well, here we go. Second queen of the show, second Cargolux of the show, arriving from Miami, Florida, 7478. Will it get loud? Let's soon find out. Let's look and listen. Right, that's me with the storm umbrella out again. Just in time. Interesting that Cargolux 747 already overtook the EasyJet. Something that you don't see very often. Well, there she's going. Alright, I'm also standing a little bit sideways because my stream deck is getting a bit wetter than I like to see it get. Let's wipe it dry a little. Right. Well, I can already see the blue sky again. Not too far away from here. Pretty soon I am going to be able to put down the umbrella again. Hopefully in time for the arrival of Delta Airlines 164, the second arrival now. KLM flight 1406 has just landed here. Next will be a KLM Embraer 190, flight 102 arrival from Leeds, and after that Delta Airlines flight 164. Hopefully they'll use the reversers. I am looking up around the umbrella and I'm already seeing blue sky again. No. It's almost dry again. Time to put the umbrella away again. Now, let's see. The stream deck has gotten relatively wet again. Closed. Alright, that's dry again. Let's turn around the camera. Fixate everything. Wipe down screens. Camera is relatively dry. A few droplets on the lens unfortunately, but we can wipe them away easily. Should be good enough for now. Camera screen is relatively dry. Good. Now, the bags that I keep my stuff in, which are, I think, polyurethane coated, in other words, somewhat water repellent, I try to keep them as dry as I can. The wind will do the rest, undoubtedly. And we are back in time for Delta Airlines flight 164, arrived from Minneapolis, Minnesota, A330-300, November 817, November Whiskey, the registration, 7 hours 28 minutes, the flight time, 18-year-old airplane, first flight April 2007. With the sun also starting to shine again, where did I put my camera LCD sun hood? There we go. Hey! Some passers-by saying hi. And indeed, 01 Mike D, the plane is crap. That's because of the crosswind component that we are experiencing today. The wind is blowing from the west-southwest and has been double digits all throughout. Now, don't tell me that this is the only... No, that's too late! Yeah, that's too little too late, my friend. Nah, that's not good. It did spool up the reversers, but only slightly and a bit too late, I think. It is taking the first exit, interestingly. You don't see those wide bodies doing that very regularly. Sometimes you do. And this is one case of it. Mrs. J is also tuning in. Welcome back, tuning in from South Africa. Cathay 747 from Paris is in the arrivals list with an estimated time of departure 1:24. So that's another 45 minutes then before it's going to be here. I don't think I'm going to stick around until then. I'm not sure what the weather is going to be like, but it's probably a good time to wrap up after the A380 has landed. Kevin D is saying hi, good afternoon to you too. And Martin has returned from a walk with no showers. That's always a good thing. I did bring an umbrella along with me, but it wasn't enough to repel the showers. I did in fact need it twice. I have needed it twice now already. A good umbrella is one that you take with you, but that you don't have to use. Unfortunately, it didn't work as an adequate deterrent today. This is KLM Flight 1164, arriving from Bergen. Has a spacious carrying cabin in the back, as you can see. Nobody will need to speak to the manager about this. This is top notch. It's 12:29 and that means that another 30 minutes of just Polderbaan arrivals. And then parallel arrivals again. The crayfish fisherman has done his round and is coming back. You'll soon hear him on the microphone. Next up is Air Transat, flight 376, arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 42 minutes on the way. Charlie Golf Oscar Kilo Hotel. Yeah, plane a year old, first flight July 2024. Groetjes, fijne dag. Right, Air Transat, flight 376. Hey Jan, good to see you again. Hey, Kevin says Captain Wheelie in the boat. Yeah. The longest wheelie we've seen thus far today. I'm hearing overhead traffic. No contrails, but if you look closely, you are able to pick it up. But it is another one of those days where the overhead traffic doesn't seem to be producing contrails, or at least a lot of them don't. This is where the wind is coming from. Looking in the direction of the wind, all seems to be good for the time being. Looking around, you can see definitely some showers in the vicinity. In fact, we were already hit by 2. But for now, everything looks okay. A green tractor, is that Fendt or is that John Deere? Thinking it might be a John Deere. What are they doing? Seeding? That thing is either dispensing seeds or solid manure, solid fertilizer. I'm thinking it may be seeding. You guys probably will know better than I do. It is fascinating to see everything happening around in the fields year round. If all is well, next up is going to be an A350 arriving from Bonaire. When in the world to fly, the ECNZF Echo Charlie November Zulu Foxtrot, 8 hours and 42 minutes on the way. The daily flight between Bonaire and Schiphol, or is it daily actually? I don't think it might be, just a couple of times a week at least. Hey Jendrusek, good to see you mate. Mate, you've missed the landing of Wolfgang. It was spectacular. Even though he was landing on the center runway, he had a massive flashlight with him that would have been visible from the moon. It was insane to see. I'm going to make a separate video out of it. He landed on the center runway and we were able to see the light he was shining crystal clear. That was so amazing to see. Liwe is leaving again. Liwe, thank you for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again in the upcoming days. The ECNZF returning from Bonaire. Flight time 8 hours and 43 minutes. For those of you wondering, no, we haven't seen a single go around thus far. Hoi Nick, hoi Swedish car spotter, and hoi all others. Felix tuning in from Argentina, welcome back mate, hope all is well. Two airplanes in the background, LOT flight 263 arriving from Warsaw and TAP Air Portugal 668 A321neo. While those are still a bit further away, let's have a quick look and see what is in store. Well, this is the loop of the Dutch Met Office. Seems to indicate that there aren't any showers forming anytime soon. Of course, that might still change. For now, it looks like we are going to be good here. The meter in the ticker is always updated and always up to speed, but the website you need to update manually, but it is nice to have a visual of what is happening. The wind has turned a bit more to the south, so less crosswind. The wind speed has picked up, it's now 20 knots. So the wind has gotten less crosswindy, but it did pick up in speed. Showers in the vicinity, other than the the scattered clouds at 2,500 feet, it is still good here. Temporary periods where visibility drops to 7,000 meters and light showers and rain is what this is warning for. Yeah, no shit, we already saw that. The 747s have already landed. Transavia Retro is expected around 1:39, and that is earlier than I thought it was going to be. So definitely worthwhile sticking around for that, since it is flying via the west by the looks of it. So that should probably be assigned to the Polderbaan. Seems very likely. Not going to the Polderbaan, but to the central runway most likely is going to be the A380 from Emirates, which is expected 1:15. Still, I didn't expect the Retro Transavia to return this early. I thought it would be well after 2 o'clock. Apparently I miscalculated, with the Retro Transavia arriving in an hour or so from now, and with the weather radar looking good, I am going to stick around for the Retro Transavia at least. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming, including the A380. Although that will go to the center runway, we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. Storm Eagle is warning of a Lufthansa flying overhead, Frankfurt to Houston. Must have passed already because I'm not seeing it, even though the sky directly above me is blue now. But it's not producing a contrail, so I either need to see it or hear it. And right now, the blue sky above me is clear of overhead traffic. TAP Air Portugal, flight 668, A321neo, arriving from Lisbon. And indeed, at Schiphol there is a lot to see. And we saw one just now, arriving from Warsaw probably. Very polished, and they do have a lot of airplanes. The Poles, indeed. And Rob is back in the chat. Good to see you, Rob. Hope all is well. Current big picture overview. Looking to the south, this is what it looks like. This is where the wind is blowing from right now. This is where we need to look. Everything looking good for the time being. Directly looking to the west is looking like so. Directly overhead you can see definitely a bit of blue. Looking to the southeast, more activity landingward further to the east and southeast. This is directly to the east, northeast, and this is turning back to the north, to the glide slope. So the wind has turned a little bit further to the south, which means that the crosswind component has reduced, even though the wind speed has increased. So I'm not sure what that does for the crosswind component of the current prevailing wind, but it's probably a bit less than it was before, although the airplanes are still crabbing, particularly those narrow bodies. Although I do have the impression that earlier in the show the airplanes were crabbing a bit more than they are doing now. Storm Eagle is warning of the 747 overhead right now, so I'm zooming out and I think I have it flying a bit south of me. Thanks for the heads up. Here's the zoom and there's the airplane. No, that's not the 747. That's a different airplane. Okay. So, not seeing any 747s. Thought for a moment that was the airplane, but that was quite clearly a twin jet. Yeah, no. Almost. Hello there, Badgerman. Ah, now I am seeing the 747. Just south of me, pretty close to the zenith. Yes, there it is. Lufty and the livery that we have a custom emoji for. The yellow logo on the blue background. As you can see, the airplanes today passing overhead aren't producing contrails. At least I haven't seen any producing one yet. We've seen it before, several occasions the last couple of weeks. South Island Aviation also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Showers in the vicinity here at Schiphol. It's pretty windy. Crosswindy, although the wind has closed a little bit, become a bit more southerly, it was more open, more westerly. It doesn't mean that the airplanes are crabbing less because the wind speed has increased, so the crosswind component of the wind is, I think, more or less the same. Thank you, Richard, who says fantastic camera you have. It's a Canon XA60. People often ask, what kind of lens are you using? As if I am using a camera where you can replace the lenses on. System camera or mirrorless or something. It's a bloody camcorder that I'm using. Old school. Although it is a bit better than the entry-level ones. It is just, quote-unquote, a camcorder with everything built in. It's definitely not the best camera out there, but for these purposes it is a pretty damn good one and I'm very happy with it thus far. It's 12:43, that means in just over 15 minutes from now the center runway will open up for an hour of parallel arrivals. It means that the A380 is probably going to land there. If all is well, the Retro Transavia should be coming this way, although I'm not 100% sure yet. I've seen it before that airplanes arriving in the country from the southwest have been assigned or were assigned to the center runway, even though you'd think they'd be directed over the coastline and do a right-hand pattern into the Polderbaan. But I think it's more likely than not to come to the Polderbaan. Iceland Air Flight 500 all of a sudden is flying in. in the vicinity of Haarlem. And it's a 757. Now turning north. Old livery. The old standard livery with the orange. And that makes me very curious to see if I can spot it already. Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, Klaartje. Hope all is well. Now, spot the dot. I'm trying to spot the 757, which is now flying downwind. Should be left of me. So somewhere over there. I think the clouds might be in the way. It's hard to assess where exactly the airplane is flying. It's already flying a bit further to the north. I think that the clouds may be in the way of us seeing it. Yeah, that 757 we'll have to see it when it is on final. Don't think we're able to see it just yet. This is KLM 1502, arriving from Madrid, 737-800. 1 hour and 53 minutes on the way. PH BCD, that's not THC, but BCD. Twelve-year-old airplane, first flight May 2013. Crabbity crab crab, for those of you wondering, no, we haven't seen any go-arounds yet. For those of you joining us later, you probably have missed the mother of all shine the light moments. Our moderator Wolfgang arrived earlier in the morning, around 11:23. He landed on the center runway in an Air Baltic A220, flying on behalf of Austrian. Arriving from Vienna. And Wolfgang had the brightest light with him. I'm even not sure how you got it through customs. But that mother effer shone like nothing we've ever seen before. So even though he was landing on the wrong runway, we were able to see his light quite clearly from over here. No doubt about it. I think it even outshone the strobes of the airplane itself. Huh?
This is a bad news super alert.
Apparently, just in is that the A380 has been assigned to the Polderbaan. That is great news, Maria. What? I definitely didn't expect that to happen. Definitely didn't expect that to happen. Well, that's a nice bonus. Yeah, indeed, buddy. He could land in Vienna, you would still be able to see it. Yeah, I'm pretty curious what Wolfgang used, but that was, I think it was an industrial light, and I'm really curious, honestly, how did he get that through customs? He had to have something that was way brighter than just your standard flashlight on the phone. I will make a separate video out of Wolfgang's landing, make no mistake. The mother of all shine the light moments thus far in the stream. Yunos was special in his own right. He was sitting in business on a Delta A330 and he shone 3 lights simultaneously. Ah, that explains Wietse. Runway 22 is open, so A380 to 18C. No, to 18 right. Runway 22 open. Right, well in that case I'll have to update the ticker with respect to runway use. So that would mean that inbound is runway 22. 22. Right, if all is well, we should have updated that. In the meantime, BA/German Airways hybrid livery flying on behalf of KLM, having returned from Aberdeen. Hey Rob, goedemiddag. If runway 22 is going to open up as secondary runway for inbound traffic come 1 o'clock, that is good news, because that means that all the wide bodies arriving from the west will more than likely be forwarded to the Polderbaan. Makes it worthwhile to stick around a bit longer. As long as there are wide bodies arriving, those should be landing then on the Polderbaan. Three airplanes on the glide slope. The second airplane is Icelandair Flight 500. That's a 757 in the old standard livery, the prettiest livery of the two that they currently have. The updated one, and of course the one that we are going to see in a few moments. Icelandair Flight 500, 757-200. Not too long ago we even got to see the Aurora Borealis special livery, which I think was a 300, but still. Gary says, looks like he was using a tablet or iPad but on super bright mode. I'm not sure, could be. It definitely was very, very clearly visible. Tablet could be, that definitely could be. Of course, the light was very sizable, which makes it more likely that it would have been a tablet or something. I'm not sure if the brightness was, if a tablet is capable of producing the brightness that was needed to make it look so flashy at such a great distance, but we'll find out soon enough. I'm pretty sure Wolfgang will tell us soon enough. Right, so we have KLM Flight 1602 over here, arriving from Rome, 737-900. Maybe a special app for flashing YouTube guys, yeah. Instead of flashing the memory, flashing the tablet. Oh, that left engine was throttling up. Oh, and again, it's farting exhaust gases. You can see that the pilot is flying manually and is correcting with the throttle. Well, I say flying manually, that you don't necessarily see, but here, another input. Yeah, they're flying this on by hand. But you can see the left engine is farting exhaust gases very clearly if they are throttling up. There again. Again, a little fart. Yeah, indeed, auto throttle does the same thing, but you know that they'll be flying by hand on days like today. This is the TF-FIN, Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot, India, November. 2 hours 50 minutes flight time. What did he eat yesterday? Beans, indeed. First flight, November 1997, making this airplane 27 years old. Next time coming to the Netherlands, lay off the beans. We already have a carbon dioxide problem here. Now, doesn't this livery look infinitely better than that new sterile livery? Frank says, throttle setting taco. That's a good one, mate. Hey Marieke, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show for everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Showers in the vicinity. Pretty clouds all around. For the time being, it looks like we are going to stay dry here. That's good because Runway 22 is opening up around 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. And that means that the wide bodies arriving from the east will probably all be forwarded to the Polderbaan, which is also going to be open. Looking up and around me, actually big sizable chunk of blue sky here right now. Big chunk of blue sky. I occasionally hear airplanes, but it's really hard to see them since none of them seem to be producing contrails today. We've had a few interesting shower formations further land inward. At the horizon it still looks dark looking to the east. 2 747s have landed, our moderator Wolfgang has landed. The Emirates A380 is about to land here on this runway shortly. Retro Transavia is also expected within an hour, around 45 minutes from now. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming, and we're going to catch them all just like Pokemon. Wolfgang, what were you using as light source that you were able to produce such a bright light that was visible so well from such a big distance? Was it your tablet, as Gary is speculating, or did you use something different? Transavia up next, flight 6894 arriving from Santorini, the PHHSF, 3 hours and 8 minutes on the way. A look at the meter, for which we will have to wait a few seconds and then it will become visible again. What does the meter say in terms of wind? It's probably still the old meter since the new one is released around now. And that's Transavia having arrived from Santorini, and Embraer 190 will be next after that. Let's have a double look at everything. So, A380 is flying over Markermeer, and we might be able to see it in a few minutes from now before it's arriving at the Polderbaan. The meter is indicating, this has happened the second time now. The full meter says that we still have 20 knots of wind, showers in the vicinity, the wind is blowing from the south west, 16 knots of headwind, 12 knots of crosswind, so that is approximately the same as it was before. Still scattered clouds at 2,500 feet, vicinity of showers, cumulus clouds and temporary light showers and rain with lower visibility. And Bus, the website that shows us indicated runway use, says that from 1 till 2 Oostbaan runway 22 is the secondary runway for arrivals, and that bodes well because that means that the wide bodies from the east are going to land here on the Polderbaan. KLM flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen, arriving next, Embraer 190. Ryanair next after that, arriving from Dublin, and KLM with an E2 Embraer also arriving from Dublin behind it. So these two airplanes probably have flown back to back from Dublin back to the Netherlands. Looking up and around me, it seems that we are in a temporary calmer weather. All around me, don't see anything that resembles a shower in the immediate vicinity. Clementia has to go again. Thank you for stopping by, Clementia. Have a nice day and see you again later. So the secondary runway for arrivals will open up soon, and I think the first airplanes going there are already on the way. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. Look a bit higher up and you can see that the Emirates A380 is already approaching. It's in the vicinity of Hoorn. Roy should be able to see it, assuming that there aren't continuous clouds over there. Over here, ample open spaces. Looking in the direction of the wind, still looks good. And once again, it's one of those days where if you look further away, you can see those beautifully illuminated clouds, intricate shapes, and if I just let the camera roll, I would be able to produce a very pretty time-lapse out of this. You can see them evolve, lovely to see. Might have to come back one day to do that again, also with the arrivals here. Did make a time-lapse once before, but I wasn't happy with that. Back then I was still using auto white balance, and that definitely shows. Right now I use manual for most everything, I think. Well, no, I use aperture priority, just like I would with with the DSLR. Aperture set. The rest is automatic. Although the focus is also set manually, 99% of the time. Yes, so the narrow bodies arriving from the east are going to land on runway 22. If all is well, the wide bodies that are arriving from the east shall probably be directed to the Polderbaan. Ryanair in the meantime arriving here with reversers being applied. As they often do. It is for this reason that I am a fan of Ryanair flights to Amsterdam. Not because their livery is so pretty or because the airplane types that they fly are so special, but because the pilots do often use the reversers. And even if they are a dime in a dozen 737 or MAX 8, they are able to get loud whenever the reversers get applied. Two narrow bodies are approaching. The A380 is too. I'm looking over the camera. I caught a glimpse of it. But I'm not sure if I'm able to show you. Because it is hard to find it again. There was a brief glimpse. I think it is in between the clouds. I could definitely see it. But now I don't anymore. The clouds are seriously in the way. Right, another flight arriving from Dublin, right behind the Ryanair, also arriving from Dublin. This is KLM flight 1136, an E2 Embraer, flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes, Papa Hotel, November X-Ray, India. Next after that, an Embraer 190 arriving from Southampton. But that's the airplane preceding the A380, so if I am able to find the A380, I'm going to skip the Embraer 190. Bob says, time for bed here, thanks for the great stream. Mate, you have to be kidding. The second airplane arriving here on the Polderbaan is going to be the A380. And you are going to say your goodbye right a minute before that's going to happen? Surely you're kidding. Bob, have a look. It's coming to the Polderbaan. It's not going to center. Center is closed. This airplane is landing here in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. So my tripod is secured into the ground with guy wires that I set in the ground. I do that before each stream, wind or not. One guy wire around each leg to make the tripod as stable as I can. I already enabled dynamic image stabilizer before the stream went live. Still, you see the shuddering, and granted, I've been using a lot of digital zoom. This is the top end of optical zoom, but it's something that still bothers me. Also, if I manually shake, there's still a lot of torque that you can. Still a lot of movement when you apply torque to the tripod legs. Definitely something that I think needs firming up. Then again, what also needs firming up is the network connection, particularly in the first hour. A lot of buffering. Very dissatisfied with the new network that I opened the subscription with not too long ago. In the meantime, lucky break for us, runway 22 has now opened up a secondary runway, and that means that everything from the east will be directed to runway 22 if it is small enough to land on that runway. It is the smallest runway of the airport, and I'm thinking that a lot of the wide bodies that arrive from the east, insofar as there are any in the upcoming hours, will be directed to this runway. There she is. Yeah, the shaking is too violent, I think. Better go back to the top end of optical zoom, which should still equate roughly 600mm full frame equivalent. Yeah, and fixating the pan and tilt axis doesn't do much. It does a little. Right, so this is Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 32 minutes on the way. Par for the course, nominal flight duration. The Alpha 6 Echo Yankee. Usually in the top 10 on Flight Radar, not today. 11-year-old airplane, first flight, March 2014. If you look at the course of Turkish Flight 1957, a bit further to the east, you can see it is also coming this way. It's flying more northerly than the narrow bodies are, so my hypothesis thus far seems to be correct in that the wide bodies arriving from the west are going to land here on the Polderbaan, and the narrow bodies, those are going to runway 22. Big airplane and a bit of crosswind makes it crab. Shadow on the dike in the background. Always nice to see. How loud will it get? We'll soon find out. Crabbing until the very last moment. Even such a big bird has to crab till the very end to prevent it from drifting off. Right. Give us those reversers, please. Come on, you've got to be kidding me. It's an idle reverse landing. Right. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. It's doing a KLM style landing, keeping up the speed, vacate late, soon to the gate. Indeed, Gary, low energy Emirates. Let's not get loud, indeed. Bloody hell. Yeah, you're right about that, Stormy Eagle. On runway 22 it would have been louder. It definitely would have been. It would have to break its ass off not to overshoot. If you look at flight radar, you can see that Turkish flight 1957 is flying a different course than the narrow bodies south of it. The A330 is coming this way. Now, there's probably also a Saudi Dreamliner still underway, or is it? Is there? Qatar. Qatar is approaching the Dutch border. I'm also thinking that should probably be landing here on the Polderbaan. The Retro Transavia is underway. Should be landing here within half an hour or so. Let's have a look on flight radar to see where the airplanes are at. So going back to flight radar, we can see the Emirates has just now landed. First up will be the Cathay Pacific cargo. Estimated around 139. No, I'm wrong. Huh? How did they... Okay. Going back from Malaga and going to London first to go over the Gulf of Yorkshire. They're probably circumventing weather. There's probably weather over the North Sea. I think this is what they are flying around. It's weather. Now, interesting to see that the wide bodies arriving from the east are, of course, coming to this runway. So I think that the Qatar Triple will probably be coming this way. Saudia should also be coming this way. Chinese A380 also still expected for this runway. Yeah. Some nice bonuses. If I had to guess, I would say that the 747 is going to land here before the Transavia Retro will. Alright, let's go back to where we are located on flight radar so that I can say this is KLM flight 1230. I was zoomed out all the way. Arriving from Gothenburg, Embraer 190. Vueling flight 8657 is next. Arriving from Valencia, 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way. It's the easy mum. Mum's the word. How's Mum doing? Ask her in a few moments. She'll be landing here in a minute. So 2 runways are open for arrivals right now, but it's not the center runway, but runway 22 that is opened up. That's the shortest of the runways at Schiphol. And thus far it has led to the rerouting of the wide bodies arriving from the east to the Polderbaan instead of to runway 22, which is good news to us. Means a higher percentage of the airplanes landing here will be wide bodied. Ons favorite Vueling. Spot the dot. Is it still in place? It certainly is. Big picture, this is what it looks like to the south. This is approximately where the wind is coming from. This is looking to the west. And the sky has not been this open in a long time. Now looking to the south, it looks a bit more cloudy, as it has been all the while. Certainly still enough wind, you can see the ripples. And you can probably hear it as well on the mic. If you are hearing wind rumble on the microphone, it's probably my hat, where I have a small furry on with a lavalier microphone, which records my voiceover. If I put my hoodie, my parka hoodie over my hat, it provides good cover against the wind. And will probably mitigate the wind rumble that you are still hearing. The blimp is doing a great job of only picking up the ambient sound and not so much the actual wind rumble. Paul wonders where the bastard coots are. That's a good question. We haven't seen the coots here today yet. I only saw one moorhen and Gary Grebe and his son or daughter. I do expect the coots to return as soon as the other side of the canal is a bit more green than it is now. I was already happy to see that that there were birds returning now that the excavators have gone. At least over here. They are still working further to the north, but by now they've traveled so far to the north that if it hadn't been for this truck, you wouldn't even have noticed it. Had that truck not been here, I would have set up a bit closer to the pipes, where you are in line with the first exit of the runway, which would allow us to film straight angled butt shots. Not sure if they're going to move it tomorrow or between now and tomorrow. If not, then maybe next week we'll have better luck. 2 wide bodies, and Maria indicating as expected that the Qatar is assigned to the Polderbaan. So my hypothesis thus far seems to come true, namely that the wide bodies arriving from the east in the upcoming hour will be directed to the Polderbaan. Now let me also see if I can attach my storm umbrella to my utility card in a way that it stays put. Not sure if this will hold. It would be nice so that it could dry a little. Yeah. No hands on the umbrella. It does seem to be moving a little bit. Nah, I'm not too comfortable with that. If it gets loose and blows into the canal, or worse, to the other side, don't want that to happen. Alrighty, this is KLM flight 646 arriving from New York JFK. 6 hours and 6 minutes underway. 777-200 PHBQA Bravo Quebec Alpha. Boom. Idle reverse landing, rolling out. Airplane 21 years old, first flight September 2003. Next up is going to be Turkish. Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. A330-300. 2 hours and 54 minutes on the way, and that is a tad under the nominal flight duration. Usually around 3 hours, but 5 minutes on a flight of 3 hours, I would call this ballpark nominal flight duration. The TC Jock, that's Tango Charlie Juliet Oscar Kilo. Ten-year-old airplane, first flight June 2015. And and it looks like no immediate airplanes behind it, or no airplanes immediately behind it, I should say. Drifting in, la di da di da. Bada bing, bada boom. That's how you land an A330 in crosswind conditions. Again, no reversers. Disappointing. Spacious Karen cabin. Karen will be satisfied. But I am not. I would have wished for a louder landing. W was indicating that there was a 747 taking off from runway 24. I think this is one of the two cargo Luxes that we've seen before landing here in the show. Might well be the first airplane that we saw, the first 747. Once again, interesting cloud formations over here. Not too far away. South of me, this is what it looks like. And I'm wondering, could this be an anvil? You can only see them best from the side. So if there were an anvil over there, we probably wouldn't be able to see it properly. Cathay Pacific to the Polderbaan. Thank you, Maria. It would have been more surprising if it were assigned to runway 22. That would have been interesting. Still, it is nice to get the confirmation of what we think is going to happen. Yuxer asks, hard wind? Well, depends on what you think is hard wind, but if you look in the meter, it's coming up right now. The wind is 15 knots from 210 degrees, so not too bad. It was 20 before, 20 knots. This is more or less what we need to look to see what is coming our way. For the time being, it looks like it is okay, but there's definitely more raininess underway. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke is looking like so. The wind is coming from behind us, blowing in the direction of the scale of chimney smoke chimneys. We still have to wait for the next arrival. Think Qatar is the next Y body. And there's a Vueling passing overhead, or at least says flight radar. I think there's a cloud in the way. It's probably flying behind the cloud that we see over there. I did hear something. The bird control is making use of the opportunity to inspect the runway again, and rightly so. Don't want to run the risk of there being any debris or anything. Vueling flight 1375 passed overhead a bit north of us, arriving from Alicante, and it's going to land on runway 22 by the looks of it. I was about to say unfortunately, but eh. Okay, left side 1200, arriving from Oslo, looks to become the next arrival here on the Polderbaan. Although it is at 4,650 feet now. Yeah, but that's still far enough to the north to descend to the glide slope in time. Still, we'll have to wait a bit. In the meantime, definitely a shower in the vicinity. It's further south, and given the prevalent wind direction, I don't think it's going to get in my immediate vicinity. The wind still looks to be coming from over there. Now there's definitely clouds further up that might have the potential to intensify, drop a few droplets. Airplanes are coming, including a 777 arrival from Guayaquil. Also the Transavia Retro, flight 6116, is approaching. King Ding is also back in the chat, and he is indicating that the Cathay Pacific cargo is expected in 16 minutes from now. I see it on flight radar. It's flying in the southwesterly province of Zeeland. KLM flight 1200 arriving from Oslo has turned final, which means we are slowly but surely going to turn around the camera while still looking at what is right south of us. This is looking east. You can see the linear formation of the clouds, the cloud streets. Those are indicative of the direction of the wind. I was also trying to see if I could spot airplanes to the Oostbound runway 22. Couldn't see any right away. This is KLM flight 1200, arriving from Oslo. And we're going to see two wide bodies immediately after that, by the looks of it. KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, which is of course the no, not the capital, but the harbor city in
Ecuador!
And Qatar is arriving from Doha. Kenzo asks, do you think they will land on 18 right on Saturday as well? I land from Dubai with A380. Well, let's have a look, Kenzo. If we go to Windfinder and we search for Schiphol Airport, we can see the expected wind for the upcoming days. Today, this is the wind. Tomorrow, this is the wind. Saturday, the wind is also from the south to southwest. So I would say that there's a high likelihood of the same runway use in use then. Also looks like Saturday will be the rainiest day, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to go out. It does look like there will be a lot of wind on Monday, so if I won't be able to go out on Saturday, I might do Sunday and Monday instead. But yeah, to answer your question, the Polderbaan will be in use, but I'm not sure if they'll do the same between 1 and 2 o'clock as they are doing today. A lot of the times the center runway is the secondary runway, and if your airplane will land between 1 and 2 and is arriving from the east, there's a big chance it will land on the center runway, which was also the secondary runway for arrivals earlier in the morning. Right now they've changed it to runway 22. I'm not sure if that also has to do with the solar panel situation. It might be. Right, so 737 in the background, we have 737 in the foreground. In the background we have a 777, and that is the 777 from Qatar, arriving from Doha. And over here we have a 777 from KLM, arriving from Guayaquil. So double triple time. In the meantime over here we have a KLM 737 arriving. Richard, goedemiddag. Next up will be KLM flight 755, arriving from Guayaquil, which is in the 777 that you see on the left. Is the Qatar flight 273, arriving from Doha. That's a 777-300ER. It's a passenger Qatar and not even a cargo, which is what we see more frequently. Milan asks why they are using the smallest runway right now. It has to do with the wind direction and speed, I think, but it might also have to do with the solar panels blinding the airplanes, or at least the pilots flying airplanes into the center runway this time of day when the sun is out. I think that might also be a reason, although I'm not 100% sure of that. It probably is the latter, because the wind has become more headwindy for the airplanes landing on runway 18, whether it be center or right. Earlier it was more crosswindy, and they were landing on the center runway between 11 and 11:40. So I'm thinking, since the crosswind component hasn't changed significantly, it probably has to do with the sun and the solar panels blinding, or at least potentially blinding, the airplanes that would land on center this time of day. Gary has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Gary. See you later again. KLM flight 755, arriving from Ecuador. 10 hours and 44 minutes on the way. The PHBQH Bravo Quebec Hotel. 20-year-old airplane, first flight September 2004. Right now the sun is no longer shining, and that has to do with a shower in my vicinity. Holy shizzle. I said we were dodging bullets earlier in the show, and there's one big ass bullet right behind me right now. Will it stay dry? The sun isn't shining, and that has to do with this being in my vicinity. I think we should be good looking at the direction the clouds are drifting in. This is where my weather is coming from, but this, I think if you look at this from a distance, you might be able to see an anvil in it. This is a shower that is emanating from it. It's raining further south. And I think I also see the baby grebe over there, where it's drifting a bit further to the left, to the right. Yeah. Alrighty. Qatar 777-300ER, arrival from Doha, 6 hours and 3 minutes on the way. Flight 273, Alpha 7 Bravo Echo Charlie is the registration. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight July 2014. Retro Transavia, flying base and about to turn final. Should be the fourth arrival, including this one. So the third airplane after this is the Transavia Retro. Hey Uwe, Grüße, herzlich willkommen. Whoa, not Qatar Cargo, but Qatar Airways. They also fly to Schiphol. Showers in the vicinity? No shit. More interesting cloud formations over there. The wind is coming from over there. This is where I need to look to see what's coming my way. For now, I seem to be in the clear, but for how much more, for how much longer? That's the question. It's 1:34. That means another 25 minutes of 2 runways open for inbound traffic. Right now, from 1 till 2, runway 22 is open. Whether it has to do with the direction of the wind or with the solar panels or both, I don't know. But it means that the wide bodies arriving from the east come to the Polderbaan, or at least thus far they have all come to the Polderbaan. In other words, additional wide bodies for us, including the A380 and the triple that you saw just now. Gary Griebling in zebra livery, trying to do a nap, while the weather gods are letting it rain. Howdy Wilma, goeiedag. Michael DCA, good afternoon. Welcome back, mate. If you joined us only just now, you probably missed the arrival, the epic arrival of our moderator Wolfgang, who landed earlier in the morning around 11:25, maybe a bit earlier. He landed on the center runway, but boy did he have a bright light to shine the light with. We were able to see it from here quite easily. I'll make a separate video out of it. He is over in the Netherlands for a week. Came in with an A220 from Air Baltic, flying on behalf of Austrian. Flew in from Vienna. Brightest and furthest shine the light that we have ever picked up here on the channel. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Work hours have been sucky to catch shows. Well, apparently work hours have been sucky for many. Hopefully things will improve at some point. The cooler temperatures do allow us to look at the main platform area a bit more easily from this distance. If you disregard the exhaust gas heat wave distortion, you can actually have a look at the main platform area from over here pretty decently. Let us quickly turn around. The next airplane to land after the airplane that is now touching down is the Retro Transavia with the cute Boop the Snoot Snooty. There it is. Ain't it a cutie? Snooty McCutie arriving from Malaga. Flight 6116, 6116. Left from Malaga 2 hours and 35 minutes ago. It's of course the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Delta. We saw its delivery flight. Later on that day it started with its first flight, which was back in July already. The sun is shining on it and it has a very dramatic background. Lovely. Yeah, over here the sun once again is starting to shine, but we're dodging bullets here. This is one big ass bullet that we are dodging. Or maybe dutching. We're bullet dutching here. Gary Griebling is floating here. Zebra livery. It probably has eaten. Wobble, 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 wobble. Right, so this is the shower in the vicinity that the meter is referring to. I'm pretty sure this would make an anvil if you look at it from a distance. Impressive clouds here all throughout the day. Here more. Absolutely lovely to see. The wind is coming from over there, which is where I need to look to see what's coming my way. For now it looks okay, but look closely and you can see that there is high clouds also approaching, indicative of more to come. There's definitely going to be more rain, and you can already see it's no longer a blue sky looking towards the horizon. You can definitely see that there's also high clouds drifting in, and that is indicative of a weather front. Red Wine Express is next, flight 1442 KLM, arriving from Bordeaux in France. After that, KLM flight 1032, arriving from Persenchester. Cathay Pacific 747 will be next after that. Chinese A380 is also approaching. Let's see if we can spot the third 747 of the show already. There it is. Bonus Queen arriving from Paris. Cathay Pacific Cargo flight 2014. That's a 7478 freighter. 47 minutes on the way. It's the Bravo Lima, Juliet Lima. The 7478 is 11 years old already. First flight was in November 2013. I am zooming out on Flight Radar to see what else is in the vicinity, and the answer is, in terms of wide bodies after the A330 for a longer time to come, nothing. So I think I'm going to make the Air China Cargo A330 the last airplane for today's show. Now, what you could already see was that Windfinder was indicating a lot of rain on Saturday, so I'm not sure if Saturday I'll be able to go out. If it's going to rain the entire day, it's best to take that day off. A lot of wind is expected for Monday, so if it's going to stay dry and windy, it should be an optimal day for a nice early stormy stream. I'll keep you guys posted. The weather for tomorrow looks good enough. I thought I saw. I will double check again. I think the stream for tomorrow shouldn't be in jeopardy. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bilbao in the north of Spain at a respectable distance because wake turbulence, of course. Air China Cargo is approaching the glide slope from the east, from the right. Though it is probably still relatively far out. So I'm not expecting a 3 airplane glide slope shot. Now, all the while we've had a lot of glide slope shots and we haven't even seen Mr. Glide Slope Shot himself, Captain Jerry. Hopefully we'll see him again later. Same for Han. Han has not been in the chat for a while, but he did post a reply to the tractor video, so he is still alive and kicking. But other than that, it's been a while since we last saw anything of him. Al een goede middag. Third 747 of today's show. Cathay Pacific, flight 2014, arriving from Paris. By now the flight time nearly 50 minutes. Will it use its reversers? Fingers crossed. Let's look and listen. Using the reversers, it certainly did. Happy to see that at least one of the 747s was getting loud. I forgot, was the first one loud as well? I think it was, wasn't it? Or was it? Were both cargo luxes a bit disappointing in the audio department? That's the Korsakov. I don't remember what the first one was doing. I do remember that the second one was disappointing in the audio department. Now, things look very impressive over here. Looking over the camera, you can quite clearly see there is a shower in the vicinity. And right next to it is blue air, blue sky. Then again, in the direction where the wind is blowing from, you can see that there is an edge of milky sky. And below it, lower clouds. That's indicative of more precipitation coming this way. How soon it'll arrive here, I don't know. I'm not going to stick around for it. This is the penultimate airplane of today's show, an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1524, arriving from Bilbao in the north of Spain. The last airplane next after that is an Air China cargo A380-200, arriving from Chengdu in China, which I'm hoping will also give us a loud goodbye. Haven't heard any complaints about speakers being blown, eardrums popped, or other damage to hearing aids, which means that the pilots did not reverse enough, or loud enough, or long enough. Let's see if we can get a bit of redemption with the last arrival here. Air China cargo flight 3119, arriving from Chengdu in China, 10 hours and 12 minutes on the way. Here it is. The airplanes are still crabbing. The wind has become a bit more headwindy, but because the wind speed on average has also increased, the crosswind component has remained relatively constant. A330-200, the Bravo 6092. 10 hours 12 minutes on the way. 17-year-old airplane already, first flight October 2007. There it is. Richard says 4 hours of streaming, respect with this kind of weather. Well, we were lucky enough that the two showers that did cross our paths were very short-lived. Guess it's more luck than anything. Michael is already saying his goodbyes. See you later, Mike. Thank you for joining. Now, will the Chinese pilot use the reversers? That's the question. Some have, some haven't. On average, most of the wide bodies rolled out gently. Tiptoe. Yes. Bastards. Right as they were about to pass by, They stopped with using the reversers. At least we're getting an off-axis butt shot here. They're exiting via the first exit. Yeah, you're right, Steve-O. The cargo won't complain about the landing. That's the silver lining. Having said that, I think it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here. Hope you guys enjoyed. I certainly had fun here. Hope that the internet connection will be a bit more stable going forward, because that is something that really annoys me, and the instability of my tripod as well. Hopefully I'll be able to go out again tomorrow. I'm not sure yet about Saturday, but I'll see if it can be done. If not, maybe the windy day on Monday will be another extra day. Hopefully we'll meet again before then. If all is well tomorrow, we should do another stream. Hope to see you then. A massive big thank you for tuning in here. A big thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the super chats, the super stickers, and the gifted memberships and the whatnot. Also a massive big thank you once again to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. For now I'm going to say goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe, stay dry, and see you all tomorrow. Bye for now, guys.